Hello, chums. Yeah, I was going through my pile of music for the loading screen, and I'm like, well, we probably should do something yellow because Saros, and also we're doing a lot of talking about Final Fantasy 14. So what's something yellow in 14? So I play one of
Uh-oh.
Sorry I'm late.
Oh, the heralding god, leave him alone. All right, so hello everybody. Hello
Wait, what?
Tatty.
What
Hello
happened?
Crobat. You maybe it wasn't intentional, but Tatsu said "uh-oh" as you walked in.
Oh, yeah, he did. I thought it was actually like
I don't know if it
he'd
was
said
it.
something and then I popped in.
No,
No, I sensed you coming.
guys. So,
Huh. I'm not normally good about that.
So what am I doing today? More Saros. I wasn't able to beat the final boss the second time and get the epilogue, because I was too tired and in too much pain last week. And I was just like, I'll just let it go. We'll hang out and it won't matter. But it's been bothering me all week, so I'm gonna be playing it again. My backup plan of not Saros was to pull up 14, and we were going to do job discussions about what we want dynamic mode to be for all of the jobs. And then I realized that FanFest was literally going on today, and lo and behold, there's a whole bunch of crap to talk about. So no need to talk about dynamic jobs.
Please
well,
look forward to it.
Please, yeah. Wait, yeah. Berlin is yesterday's news. Now it's Tokyo. Wait for Tokyo, everybody. So what I'll be doing is running through Saros, just playing it in the background while we're having a rabble. Chocobo would have been also something 14 and valid as well. Really, any excuse to play Landslide is all I need to play Landslide. And there's a couple of things that I can do in this game that will theoretically help put my thumb on the scale for being the final boss. I'll be doing those. There's going to be some hidden audio logs that were behind those golden barriers that I wouldn't be able to break until now. And I'm just going to be shooting a whole bunch of stuff while we are excited and or complaining about things. So that is what I will be doing, and everybody is more than welcome to join in the excitement and or complaining, depending on how you are and where you are and who you are. And hello, Snooty. So yes, might as well start from the top. New job has been revealed.
Revealed. Like we saw that, we didn't see that coming.
So they pulled the biggest pump fake ever. That they're like, they made the hidden thing so obvious.
So I kind of knew that it was the most obvious pump fake ever, and it was gonna still be that. Only because I know how 14 works, and they've already got a lot of the resources in place already for a 2-shield tank.
Yeah, I was kind of surprised that it was a 2-shield tank. I'm not complaining about it because it looks all right. I don't think it's going to. It's not going to replace Gunbreaker or Paladin for me. Now, I'm also saying this is someone who does not really play tank very often, so I already was kind of lukewarm on the idea of a new tank class, yada yada. But it looks fine.
Is it a visual thing that makes you not want to play it?
More of a thematic thing.
Okay.
I mean, I like the idea of punching things and then shooting them. But I feel like if I'm going to play tank, I want to be Mr. Sword and Board, or I want a sword that explodes. And both of those bases have already been covered.
Left to find this.
Alright, so from my perspective, I actually think it looks really cool.
Yeah.
But I have
and I don't intend to
I've kind of been like a big shield guy in general. And the idea of like dual wielding shields is something that
maybe I'll see you down the road.
I think it's just kind of cool. I've always thought it's been cool for a very, very long time.
Hold on, I had a GIF. Give me a second.
Memes, very important.
Boy, GIF.
If it's good, I'll put it on the screen.
Oh, give me a
Like that like that Book Lamont one.
So yeah,
it's on my phone.
So I had a feeling that's what they were going to make one of the two of them pretty obvious as to which one it is, in terms of the two classes they're going to reveal, and like that's why I was like, okay, one of them has to be obvious because they always do it because they need to drum up hype, and the other one's going to be more mysterious. So that's why I kind of knew it was going to be two shield. Ah, right, the two doors.
Yes.
Is
Actually,
it?
I'll post this in the active members.
Okay. What was I gonna say? Shit. So, speaking of like new classes, I've got a theory as to what the next class is.
I think there were a few people who had this theory as well.
Okay. Well, I've not been on Reddit, so I've got here's my idea. So I know we're not pulling from older Final Fantasies with this stuff, but I think we might be doing a derivative of Ranger from Final Fantasy V.
Interesting.
And
okay, go on.
Right, so the Ranger from Final Fantasy V, it's an archer class, but what it can do is it pulls out animals that help with combat. Not in the same way Beastmaster does, though.
Yeah.
And there's the character that showed up with the wand and the bird during the trailer. And I'm thinking it might be some sort of conductor class that involves animals, like an orchestra conductor.
Okay. I know that was sort of part of the theory that they're gonna have like a bird that they can call down, or not quite a pet class, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I'd like to hope for a bit more than just a bird, because Ranger has more than birds, but
yeah.
And I'm thinking like some sort of animal conductor, but it's got a wand in the same way that an orchestra conductor has one, and that's my current shot in the dark guess as to what it's going to be.
I would also be okay with Blitzball.
Blitzball would be nice, but we're not. I don't think we're getting Blitzball. I mean, this could also because this next one is going to be less obvious. Maybe the wand is a deliberate throw, and this is actually a magic class they plan on releasing in a different expansion for all we fucking know. But I don't think Blitzball is coming anytime soon, I'm afraid. As much as I would like it, I don't think we're getting a Blitzball. Like, I mean, there's no reason why we can, and I'll go into why the fuck there's no reason why we can't later, but we can. I don't think Blitzball's in the cards. It seems like that this is in their break in case of emergencies class that they're going to keep. I don't think they need it right now.
Like, I would just chuck a ball at someone's head to hear that satisfying.
They better have like proper beach ball and volleyball sound when they fucking bonk them off of a fucking player's face. You got anything you want to say about the Bastion reveal, Flame Dragon?
2 words: Rain's tank.
See, that's what I was thinking. But then I'm sort of also thinking. I didn't watch any like proper gameplay of the class other than what they showed off in the trailer, so I don't know if they actually talked about it in detail.
That's all they really showed, as far as I know.
So I'm a bit curious as to how that's going to play out more than anything else. I'd love the idea of a ranged tank, but I'm a little curious how it's going to play out. Part of me kind of thinks it's going to be somewhat similar to... I mean, it probably won't be, but part of me thinks it's going to be similar to Viper. And that they do have like a bunch of ranged stuff that they can gather and then just throw out when they have to get away from the boss and then come back in again.
I wonder if it's sort of like kind of like how Red Mage's melee combo works.
Or that. I keep forgetting Red Mages exist. I'm sorry.
Well, specifically Reprise. So like if you're in a high movement phase of a fight, you can spend 5 and 5, I believe it is, for like a little range attack. It's not optimal, but a little damage is better than no damage. And this is also assuming you don't have dual cast or swift cast or anything.
Yeah. I mean, now, I'm not going to say that's a bad thing or anything. I think it looks cool. I think I'm probably going to play it for a bit. Will it replace Gunbreaker? I'll have to wait and see.
Yeah,
I do like this. I do like the speed of Gunbreaker. I do enjoy Gunbreaker's play, but we'll see how Bastion goes.
Yeah, I mean that's basically where I'm at too. I prefer Paladin and Gunbreaker. Kind of, that is my top. That is at the top of my tank class list. I want to like Dark Knight more, but I don't think they know what they want to do with Dark Knight.
They definitely don't know what they want to do. Dark Knight's not in a terrible spot right now, but what do they want to do with it? Like, it keeps changing, and it's difficult to get comfy with it.
Yeah.
So, you know, next expansion is going to come out, Dark Knight is going to suck for a couple of patches before it's actually good again. As per fucking usual. And Bard's going to be overtuned somehow. Magically, again.
That would be beautiful.
That'd be hilarious. I wouldn't stop laughing if Bard was once again overtuned. Right.
That's not a... Actually, that's not a bad, guess. So, this is something that I actually noticed when they were showing the Collector's Edition on screen. The Collector's Edition mount is Odin from 13.
Yeah, so I was having a discussion, with, Snooty about my house potentially being bugged. Because didn't we just get Odin in your recent stream?
Yes. That's why I immediately recognized it, because like, wait a minute! I know that horse!
So
now I know...
and then there's that, and then there's another thing I'm gonna bring up later that both kind of came up in this fucking keynote thing, and I'm just like, holy fuck, were they listening to me and we're waiting for this opportunity to bring them both out?
That being said, 7 and 13 references make the most sense for an expansion based around Norse mythology. So maybe not read too much into it, but
well, I know I'm not, my house isn't actually bugged.
No, that's not what I meant. But a boomerang class would be interesting. Of course, the representative for the boomerang class sucks, but you know.
I mean, hope does bring it all down. But, I mean, Australians do a good job of that themselves. What, everybody just went quiet on that one?
Yes.
What, you guys... Alright, let me bring in the Australian. He'll make fun of himself for us. Let me get deep.
Oh no!
No, you're allowed. You showed us your card.
So I mean, yeah, Bastion's fine. I don't see anything that's like, oh yeah, I gotta play it right this second.
Oh, I'd never
but I also
do that
do
in
not
anything.
play. I don't play tank that often, so I think this is a losing battle to begin with, as far as my personal tastes go.
Alright, the zones that you showed off. Only one of them really caught my interest. At all.
Was it horny? No?
Was that the name of it?
It was. There's a zone called Ringorn, I believe, but it's spelled HRINGHORNI.
Oh, I never read it. I'll be honest, I never read it.
Oh, you did read it? Okay.
I was alt tabbed. I had like visual things going on in the background, and I was like just listening to what was happening.
Well, dang! Now I just look like an idiot.
sorry, I was. So maybe somebody in chat got it. Okay, so there was only one area in the whole thing that interested me, and it was like the fire zone, because I'm getting like elements of Midgar in here, and I'm like, this is kind of cool looking.
Yeah, that was sort of my thought, but I thought they were gonna go with the oh shoot, what are they called in Norse mythology? The realms.
The Heims?
Muspelheim. Yeah, Muspelheim, Alfheim, Helheim. Those ones. That's where I thought they were gonna go with that. I know Naglfar is a ship of the dead, I believe. And there was the other one. Ah, dang it, I forget what it. I think that was Ringhorn.
So, my issue with them like showing off zones like that is that I kind of don't care until I get into it. Like, something can look kind of cool, but in the grand scheme of things, I really don't care. I want to know how it plays.
Yeah, that's fair.
And if it's anything like the previous 2 expansions, we're gonna run through it for MSQ, come back every so often for gathering nodes, and never really fucking touch it again, because nobody does fates, nobody does anything else in the area, barely anybody does fucking hunts unless it's on a bloody train. I kinda don't fucking care. When they said, oh, it may even be bigger areas than the previous expansion, that means nothing to me if there's fucking nothing to do in it. Now,
Yeah.
there is a discussion on potential changes to the field zones, but until I see it, I can't really be excited. I've got nothing to be excited for.
Well, I think they were like, oh, don't worry, it's gonna be like, you know, the size of regular zones, just because you know that there's gonna be someone who's like, oh, it's on a ship, that means it's gonna be tiny.
I don't know anybody who would be like that, and I feel like if they were like that, they would be just ostracized from the community and just never let back in again. Like,
And that's why they're all in forums.
but at the same time, if you've got a reason to make a zone small, then that's fine. Like,
Yeah, bigger is not always better.
yeah, it doesn't really mean anything. It's just like, oh, this area is big. It means, oh, it's big, so it's cooler. No.
Yeah, this was sort of my issue with a lot of open world games, because like, oh, look how big our world is. It's bigger than the city of New York. Or, wow, outed myself there. It's bigger than New York City. And it's like, well, did you fill it with stuff? It's bigger than New York City.
Yeah, it's just, it doesn't click to me, and again, I need to be there to see how it plays. Now, I mean, they did say that they wanted things to be more like Eureka or whatever, and I don't know how far they're going to go with that, because they're going to be afraid of, like, alienating people by having a big fucking super boss being on the fucking map somewhere.
Yeah.
But if they do manage to make, like, the other thing with Eureka as well is that there's a goal in Eureka that everybody's kind of here to get, and there's not much of that in the overworld in the normal game. So again, it depends on the system they're going with, which they haven't revealed enough of. Please look forward to it. If the system allows people to like be in those open worlds a lot more and do things a lot more, then fine. I'll have fun having a wander, but there's not enough info for me to go on. And I'm done listening to potential promises and, oh, this will be cool, you'll like this. Like, I'll fucking tell you if I like it. Okay, you told me I'd like Island Sanctuary. Guess fucking what? I've never been to the island in several years.
All my animals are dead.
Pretty much.
So are my crops.
Absolute waste. And yeah, as was a great example of a place that's too fucking big. It doesn't have to be.
A lot of Heavensward zones were a little too big.
Yeah, I'll give them like a tiny bit of slack, but not a whole lot of slack. It's the first time they were going for much bigger zones. It was the first time flying was introduced. But
yeah,
it's still definitely too big in many areas, too empty, not a whole lot to do. Who the fuck goes to Dravinian fucking Hinterlands? Nobody does. All the Forlands, or fucking anywhere really. Who loves exploring the Sea of Clouds? Like, I'm very good at having maps memorized in my head of all the fucking areas in the game. I can never have anything in Sea of Clouds retained. It is too samey and too messy.
yeah.
It is a garbage location.
I think what bothers me too is it's extremely vertical, but the verticality kind of doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, just if you're gonna make a big zone, fill it with interesting stuff.
Yep, that's pretty much what I'm asking for, and until I get my hands on it, I don't care. Hey!
Motherfucker.
Found the pit.
Ah, I was
so
doing so well.
So the subjects we're talking about right now are just on this list that was given to us. So I'm just going to go on to the next one, which is, you know, the ability to complete Area B, C, and D in any order.
They took so long explaining this.
They took so long explaining the fact that they just added a third branching MSQ path to what used to be the 2 branching MSQ path. That's all the fuck that was. That did nothing.
Yeah, because it's almost like, you know, you go to Dawn Trail, it's like, oh, do you want to go visit the Pelo Pelo or the Vano Vano? But then it's like, oh, you can also visit the Yakui. It's like, okay.
They've done this since Stormblood.
Yeah.
Actually, they didn't have him as well, actually, never mind. They didn't have him as well.
Did they? No.
Yeah, they did, because you can go for a Horsefont or you can go the other way. You go to Sea of Clouds or Western, Corpus Western.
They did, I just really forgot it, because I thought Shadowbringers.
I mean,
It was the first time it was like a
Corpus-
split in the quest.
it was, no, I don't think it was, like, when, okay, so, as somebody who did have this world recently, you go to the the House Forton, and there's, like, two MSQ quests in there. One of them takes you to the Sea of Clouds area, and you eventually end up trying to save what's his name, and then Horsefont shows up at the end to help you. And in Western, you're trying to find the heretics, I think. And you can do those in any order, but then it all eventually comes together, and you go back to Western and head over to Annex Shrine. Eventually head all the way over to Annex Shrine as you do your long quest. And Stormblood, it was go help Raban or go to the peaks.
Okay. I wonder if I think maybe Shadowbringers was just more obvious about it.
Shadowbringers was like, it did feel like you were running two different stories. Like, cause a lot the other ones kind of, they all eventually bled into one path eventually.
Yeah.
Well, not one in one path. Like, one of them was more on the one path at the end of it than the other one was. The other one just felt like a mini side quest, because you do the Sea of Clouds one, and then you don't go back to the Sea of Clouds for fucking hours. But in Shadowbringers, you were going into like two whole zones, and two things happen that are quite major in both zones. And then you go on the main quest.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's the fact that they just added a third option.
Yes, as Flame said, they spent so long explaining that, and they really didn't fucking have to.
I also do sort of share Pete's concern. Because, yeah, World of Warcraft did this as well, and just kind of made the story a little worse. Mostly because they, a lot of the story was self-contained to the zone. But I honestly think what made the story worse was that you could out-level a zone before you actually finished the story, so there was no reason to actually do the story at that point.
Right now, for me, the bar is kind of low for the story, so...
I mean, that's fair.
I mean, it's going to be quite impressive when they fuck it up even more at this point.
Look, maybe we'll get to look at more tablets.
But
Oh,
maybe they will give us, like... Maybe they will give us 3 separate stories
That being
are
said,
like,
I would
strong
be...
in their own right.
Yeah, I would be fine if the self-contained stories are interesting.
Like they can
And
have their overarching story, and then they can have like 3 individual stories that introduce us to the zones properly,
Yeah.
and then bring us back into the overarching story.
Yeah, if they're like, oh hey, we need to get these 3 ships or whatever to work together, and then you have to go to each individual ship and solve their whatever problem they got going on. Then you return and it's like, okay, we got all 3. Let us into the next zone. I'm fine with that as long as the 3 ships are all interesting in their own way.
Unfortunately, we are just gonna have to wait to see how it pans out. I just think it's really silly that they're just like explaining stuff that a lot of video games do pretty easily without explaining a single fucking thing.
Yeah.
They could have just said, rather than 2 MSQs at the beginning, we'll give you 3.
Yeah, that's
But-
also another thing about World of Warcraft's story. It is just kind of there to give you a reason to go to a new zone. That was always something that bothered me. Like, they could tell a story, I guess, but they definitely struggle with that.
So I let them make fun of Yoshi P for that, and yeah, all I'm doing is yapping about the fact that he spent forever talking about the same thing.
That was weird. I'll agree with you. Yeah, I mean, it's as long as it works, I'm fine with it. It may make it a little more tricky to get it to work, though. It's sort of a concern.
So the automatic dungeon content balancing subject, I'm willing to bet any money that it will not be perfectly balanced. But it will not be so unbalanced that it's like inefficient or terrible to do things at certain points.
Yeah, I'm curious if they're gonna level sync it as opposed to balance it.
Yeah, that's probably what it's gonna be, if I'm honest. It's probably gonna say we're gonna make sure this is nice and balanced, and all we do is just level sync everything. And
Yeah.
like I'm fine with that. It has mostly worked.
Yeah, something I had talked with Flame about when we were watching the keynote address, is World of Warcraft. Again, I'm bringing this up because it's the only other MMO I really played. But it's like they have sort of a level sync mechanic, but you are typically stronger at a lower level than if you are at a higher level. Specifically, like, you know, if you're playing Shaman and you're like level 20 or whatever, and your only real damage skill is Lightning Bolt, your Lightning Bolt's gonna deal a ton of damage compared to like a near max level Shaman where they've got Lightning Bolt, but then also they have to maintain a dot, plus they have to use their Lava Burst procs to deal the same or less damage than the level 20. Which, that is something I kind of hope they avoid. I think they will, because they'll probably just level sync, so it shouldn't be that big of an issue.
Did somebody say the syncing wouldn't work?
I don't think it won't work, but
The fact that they
there's
brought it
always
up
that-
and sort of
Yeah.
did jazz hands around it, which it's just like, wait, did we change something, or is it just that I think ultimately it's a dungeons are not set to levels because they're breaking the story up. So like so dungeons 1, 2, and 3 can be done in any order, and so people may be like, well, what if I want to do dungeon 3 but I'm level 91 or whatever? I don't know. So I think that's why they said it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if like a lot of the stuff here is sort of this. They're trying to explain it to little Timmy.
There are a lot of little Timmies
That's
that are running around with Burger King crowns. All Makoti females. Weekly challenges for currency rewards. I don't think there's enough information on this yet.
Yes and no, but it's basically the same stuff that they showed in Anaheim.
Yeah,
It's
like
sort of-
that-
They,
I think. Sorry, I'll let you go.
it's more like they expanded the challenge log. And also you can complete last week's stuff.
That's the big
Yeah,
thing.
You're not like, so you're not in a rush.
Yeah, but it is still stuff that they've already mentioned. So that's kind of why I said there's not enough info.
I mean, that's mostly it, I think, for that sort of thing. I'm trying to think if there was.
I don't. Again, this is something I have to until they give us more info. There's not a whole lot I can opinions I have on it. I mean, it'd be better paced if I'm allowed to just go back to everything.
Yeah, doing previous weeks, because right now it is the currently if you want tomestones or whatever the fuck they are, you have to cap, and if you don't, then those tomestones that you didn't get are lost forever. I think what they're saying is if you don't cap, you can go back and do last week's stuff to sort of get whatever resources you missed.
Yeah, and I'm fine with that. But not much else I can say on it though until they show off a bit more. But I feel like if they are updating what people do in the overworld, it might actually, you know, there might be more fun things to do other than an expert every fucking day.
Yeah.
The same 2 bloody dungeons. Having just another way of getting better shit. Oh, sorry, more currency would be quite nice to have, honestly.
I still think for the expert roulette they should level up the expansion dungeons to max level and then put all those in the pool.
They should put, every one of them, honestly. I feel like there's no reason not to, because it's not like previous dungeons got easier.
Yeah.
the further ahead we went. There are still some fucking dungeons from ages ago that are still way harder than what we have in the expert pool now. Like the fucking, I don't remember what the fucking expert the expert dungeon was called. The one where we went to Trenor.
That one.
Yeah, that one. That one is so insanely fucking easy. I am actually really annoyed at this because they're an expert dungeon. So I would like more variety in my fucking expert. Now they can't do anything about alliance raids with its current state unless they decide to update Crystal Tower. Because Crystal Tower is going to be a huge problem since it is the only one that's compulsory, so it's the one that pops up the most. Because in many cases it's the only one people do.
Yeah.
And talking as somebody who is part of the problem, the only one alliance raids I've unlocked as Morgana have been the 3.
Make the near raids mandatory, you cowards.
Because like you don't really get that much more EXP from an alliance raid if you just do it raw dog it, unless it's like at level 50 or 60 or 70 when you unlock it. At 71 plus, it doesn't give a whole lot, so you get the bonus from the roulette.
Yeah.
And so that's why everybody just sticks with the same 3, because you just get a bigger bonus doing Chris Circus Tower for the fucking umpteenth time.
I kind of wish they would make it mandatory that you had to do the alliance raids to unlock the alliance roulette.
Yeah, I think they should like at least let you increase your pool significantly before you can do the roulette.
Yeah.
But then people would be wah. I want my EXP for doing nothing for 20 minutes. You know, the little Timmies in the room would be upset. So.
Yeah, I think that's it for that.
Right, so Reborn versus Evolved. Did they actually show off any more Evolved combat gameplay?
They said that they are going to have a mega panel at some point in the future where they show all the jobs off.
Okay.
Some of the stuff on this list are just rehashing things that we already knew.
Right. Okay, that's fair. So I mean, I am interested in basically getting to play around with double the classes, I guess.
Yeah.
But whether or not it's gonna change my mind on things, whether or not things will be fun. The thing is, though, is that this is essentially this is now the gun to the head of Reborn gameplay. Because come next expansion, that shit is getting erased and will not be updated ever again. And you will never be required to do Evolved mode.
Because what I want them to do is to keep sort of the spirit of the class. My fear is that they're like gonna completely change a class. Like they're gonna turn Samurai into a one-button class or something.
Oh boy. So yeah, I'm a little optimistic, but I also am very prepared for Black Mage to become the most miserable fucking class of all time, and me never touching it again. Which is not something I would like to say, but I was almost about to do that at the beginning of fucking Dawn Trail. God, Endwalker Black Mage was the best, and there is no debate. But yeah, there's not enough info for me to go on. I'm just like tentatively like interested in it. Borrowing the highest AO level for level cap characters. So, I think if they change how not change how materia works, if they give materia more value, if they give materia more value, and so what's the quick way to think about it? Right now, there's only really 3 stats anybody puts on most of the fucking materia mills. There is a 4th potentially, but even Piety isn't that fucking popular. People always go for crit, direct hit, or determination. Those are the 3 key stats. And as a result, most people just want to get one set of items, and the material you stick on, even if it's not optimal, will be more than good enough. So I'll have no reason to ever farm any other gear outside of one set of gear ever. Now, this does make things convenient for, say, Savage content. But I do like farming gear for other classes and having them get stronger. I just don't like the time frame of like having to fucking wait a week for currency to get the upgrades, or like having to do Savage, which is also in a weekly cap as well. Nah, I mean, then there's the issue that like people bring up with me a lot, where it's like, but you bring up the fact that item level ultimately doesn't matter. You could probably do all content in the game even below minimum item level. And yeah, probably. But I do feel like this is just going to encourage me to get one set of gear and never get anything ever again.
That's kind of my concern as well. Because again, I like gearing up random classes. Like, oh, I don't play Dragoon very often, and my maiming gear sucks. Oh, well, I need something to do, so I'll just get maiming gear.
Mm-hmm.
I sort of enjoy that process.
I think what the solution should have been is like maybe not. I guess I don't know how they'd want to implement that, but like if we get like one set of like item level gear, the rest afterwards should be like relatively cheap and not as much of a pain in the ass to get. But as it is now, you do just need one set of gear, and the only solution I can see to this where it would be worth getting new gear is if materia is given a big like change.
Yeah.
And there's now more reason to put on piety, and more reason to put on tenacity, and more reason to put on a different stat for once.
Yeah, like
So
sort of with what Pete said. Like, why do we need both crit and direct hit? They're essentially the same thing.
Because direct hit is a relic of the past when it used to be accuracy.
And I do think like more classes should make use of like stuff like skill speed and spell speed.
Mm-hmm.
Like something like Red Mage probably doesn't want spell speed because of dual cast, but I don't know, maybe Pictomancer wants spell speed because they want to paint quick. And it's just mathematically better for them to build spell speed over crit, for instance.
Like, that was the other reason why, like, Black Mage being destroyed in Dawnshell really pissed me off.
Yeah.
Because spell speed used to be, you used to be able to build either your crit Black Mage or your spell speed Black Mage.
Yes.
But because they don't seem to like people building unique builds in this fucking game, for reasons I cannot fucking fathom, other than the fact they can't be else fucking designing something complicated or balancing shit properly. Now that's not a fucking requirement. Like, you just build crit only or well, not crit only. Crit direct hit only Black Mage. You do not need spell speed. Spell speed is irrelevant. You can build spell speed if you want. You'll be partially worse, but you can build it if you want. It just annoys me, and again, maybe the evolved mode will give us more of a reason to have like piety put in. Maybe there'll be more reason for tenacity to be put in.
Yeah, like,
maybe there'll be more reason to put determination well over crit or something. Or even bring back dexterity.
Yeah, I want to see something like, if we keep materia relatively the same, have something like, you know, your thin air cooldown is based off of your piety or your piety stat.
Yeah,
so,
something like that.
Now again, this quickly becomes a balancing nightmare.
I mean, it becomes a balancing nightmare, but like, Square Enix really needs to fucking rearrange the fucking team. But like, I think for a lot of PVM situations, I don't think it's really not that bad if things are a little unbalanced. Now I know that's just because right now they're basically doubling their class amount. I can imagine that like initially we're not going to do anything with materia. We're not going to change anything too much, because if we do, we are going to break something, and then White Mage is suddenly going to become the best healer, the best tank, and the best DPS all at the same time somehow.
White Mage just out DPS Black Mage for some reason.
Yeah, like there's worry about that, but like materia is the only way I can see them giving us a reason to go and farm other class items for the item level sync thing, because
yeah, I would be okay if you like had Dragoon and it's like, you know, it shares gear with Reaper, so your Reaper is now the same eye level as your Dragoon, but Reaper wants a different materia setup. So then it's like, okay, well now you need 2 separate sets of gear because Reaper wants skill speed, or they want determination instead of crit like Dragoon. Now,
Yeah.
I think, because as it stands right now, only if you're like trying to do best in slot does stuff like that matter.
And then I go back to the other argument that, like, throughout the game's history, other than Alexander, best in slot has never mattered. So,
I mean,
I've now got less motivation to even bother my arse gearing any other classes at all. And to some, that's fine. That's exactly what they want. And I also get it from the perspective of, like, people in Party Finder just lock people out if the item level is not a certain number, even though it is not fucking required. And as a result, people are now funneled into only playing one job ever. So this would alleviate that problem and would let you play another job. But the idea that they're just like, if you would like to min-max to the maximum, I really don't think it matters that much unless the materia is altered significantly enough that it will affect things greatly enough so that there's motivation to actually get like healing gear, or I'll just stick to transferring my black mage gear over to the fucking healer and everything will be just as it always is.
yeah.
So it is a difficult seesaw to balance, and I do think the only way to really get a balance is materia, but we'll see what they do. We'll see if the evolved skills are actually that significant. I mean, maybe have they mentioned how long they've been working on evolved form? Because I imagine it's been a while, but
I mean, I assume that this is sort of a big deal for the expansion.
yeah. So I imagine they've been working on it for quite some time. I would even probably argue they've been probably working on it since.
The way that they were talking about things when Dawn Trail was getting announced, it sounds like they were working on it but decided it wouldn't be ready by then.
Yeah, sort of like when they I would say like back when they reworked Summoner, honestly.
God. Yeah, now part of me is starting to feel like maybe they did that on purpose, that we'd want to move to evolve more. we're gonna keep making your classes garbage so that when it does eventually come along, you want to play it. Because we're moving to it whether you like it or not. But yeah, that's just how I feel about it. But that is also just me. There's a very high chance that I'm probably going to finish the game, get the item level, and then not give a fuck.
Actually, that's a good point that Pete brings up. If like healer stats are way different than DPS stats. Like, does piety turn into determination, or does your samurai just have a bunch of piety for some reason?
Have a bunch of piety.
I'd probably have a bunch of piety.
Yeah, if you ever try to put a stat, like you can meld materia that your class isn't going to use onto the gear and put it on, and then you just have this weird appendage.
Yeah.
Tatsu, you might remember this in fucking when we were doing Shadowbringers related nonsense. When we were doing Savage on the first Eden stuff.
Yes.
Do you remember the fact that I spent 2 entire fights, which we cleared by the way, with a black mage fully melded with skill speed materia instead of spell speed, and I didn't
yes, I do
notice.
Actually.
Yeah, I did not notice the entire time, but it didn't fucking matter because we fucking cleared it on current content.
Yeah, that's actually a perfect example because skill speed does nothing for you. Actually, it might make your auto attacks quicker, but
I'm never gonna be in the boss's face doing a 1.
look, mechanically, I have to stack 4. Those like what 20 damage is really gonna matter.
Well, back then the boss's health was fucking through the roof, wasn't it?
I actually don't. I don't remember what the auto attack damage was.
No.
The
The auto attack was like 1, I'm pretty sure, on like all spellcasters.
Okay.
But like the boss, like that was the era where we had like fucking nearly hitting 200k HP. So the boss's health were like insanely huge. So the one wouldn't matter.
Yeah. But yeah, that is actually a very good point. If I'm melding something like Piety or Tenacity, does that translate over to a DPS class, or does it just turn into something else?
I mean, the idea of having it turn into something else would then cause, like, you would need other gear then. You definitely would only need one set of gear and that'd be it. Because if you could turn skill speed into spell speed and vice versa, you really wouldn't need any other gear. But the thing is that as it stands, spell speed isn't really required that much. Skill speed isn't required that much. You can put it on.
I'm trying
but
to think.
the number
class.
The number crunchers have all found out that just increasing your likelihood for a crit and increasing your likelihood for a direct hit and then increasing your determination just all work and always work the best.
Yeah, because Samurai, like Black Mage, used to have like a skill speed build. It was actually kind of fun, but then they reworked all the materia and now it's kind of suboptimal to build skill speed on Samurai.
I think, yeah, Snooty, for how the functionality works, it is the way it was explained is that if your main class is eye level 100 and is max level, then if you had a max level other class, it would then be handed eye level 100 stats. But the larger discussion is the only reason to then get separate gear for the other class is if you wanted to optimize the secondaries. And this is where this whole materia thing is we're working through.
Yeah, but my main issue is that materia diversity is... It used to be very prominent, especially in a Realm Reborn. Now, I'm not going to say I miss having to put on Earth defense materia for fucking Titan fights. I don't miss that at all.
But accuracy.
You needed that though. Like, that was the reason people brought like 3 fucking balls to turn 9. They're the only fuckers that could hit it.
No, I despise accuracy stats.
Yeah, like accuracy was just something that shouldn't have happened. At least not in the way that it did, especially. It was obnoxious. But
you feel like missing your big hitting attack? Don't want to miss your big hitting attack. Better build accuracy.
I mean, back then you missed your big hitting attack. Guys, I missed my big hitting attack. All right, everybody into the death wall because we can't win now.
Again, I keep bringing up WoW, whatever. But back in Lich King, there was a similar thing. I think it was hit rate. It was probably called hit rate. But if you were playing a class that had a damage over time spell, you could miss that, and then you just spend the next 3 global cooldowns just trying to get this stupid thing to take your insect swarm or your moonfire. It sucked.
So that's just my thought on it. But we don't have all the info. I just think it's going to be a case of most people are just going to play to get one set of gear and then they're really not going to give a shit for the rest of the game. And yeah. I think ultimately, as much as I'm bitching about it, I think it's probably better for the game that they do it this way, just because of how they've set everything up.
So there's a secret thing I figured out about this that I'll talk to you about when I'm done fighting these things.
Okay.
That has it is an unintended side effect of this whole thing. Are you stuck in the wall? Get the fuck out of the wall!
Do you know what it is, Tetsu?
We were talking about it earlier.
Okay.
Hang on.
Alright, I'll let Flame know about it.
Alright, so we have. So we're gonna run into this problem where let's say I have a max level Dark Knight. Cool. And so I'm looking at my Pictomancer and I'm like, well, I kind of don't need gear for you, and the gear that I have on doesn't matter. Which I agree with the larger problem that sort of this gives you goals and reasons to play the game, and if there's no real reason to get Picto gear, then why bother? Let me talk to you about a separate problem that this game has that Joshi P has confirmed they're not fixing in Evercold. No glamour plates. So now what you can do is you can just put all of your separate stupid gear on all of your classes and just directly glamour onto them. And then you don't need glamour plates. So we're using one jank shit problem to fix another one.
Yeah, so basically you have, you know, green garbage gear. You could just put your Pictomancer glam on that green garbage gear, and then put your actual Black Mage glam on your high level whatever gear.
This is only a
And
problem
not-
for people who want unique glamours for every single class.
Yes. Yeah, so like I technically just have one healer glamour, so it doesn't really matter to me. But for some insane people like Flame, it might matter.
Everyone needs to be beautiful in their own specific way.
So, as somebody who has not changed his gear once since Heaven's World, I don't really care, but I get where you're coming from, and I actually think that's probably going to be more of a positive for more players in the game, because a lot of players really like their glam life.
Yeah.
I don't care if I look good, I just care if my numbers look good.
Oh yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, WoW had mapped Spirit to hit rate, so caster classes would take Spirit, which was MP regen, and equip, you know, healer gear because it gave them the hit chance to, you know, hit the bosses. That became a problem. I was playing Shadow Priest then, so it didn't matter to me because I would do Shadow and then I'd just swap over to Disc whenever.
Alright, well, I think that's my thoughts on that one. I don't think there's anything else I want to add to it. I think I've said my piece.
Yep, I think.
Action skins. This is actually cool.
Yes,
Rage of
So-
Haloni's coming back!
So this makes sense for things like, you know, like Rage of Halone, where you're like, oh, I kind of really like that animation. I don't like the new animation. Something else like Monk, where, you know, you hit level 100 Monk and now your 1-2-3 combo is completely different, or rather looks completely different. And, you know, maybe just want to punch a guy. That's great. I am curious about how many ways they can make a sword slash. Like, take Samurai, for instance.
So,
Like, do they... Hold on, I'm trying to get my thoughts in order. Like, do you just have 50 different variations of Midari Setsugeka? Or do you just be like, you know what, we're just gonna ignore Samurai?
so I'm gonna be the guy that has to ask, what the fuck did you just say to me? What is that? What is that skill? What is that skill? I don't know what skill that is.
Midari Setsugeka is the big old power of god in anime Yaijutsu ability that Samurai has. It is. It's the big like moon ice flower petals pop
Yeah,
out.
okay.
So it's
So-
like, okay, do we just change that to generic, I don't know, holy sword slash whatever?
I mean, oh, there is a lot of room for being creative. Now, whether or not they will do is up for debate. What I'm pretty sure they're doing is pulling a bunch of old animations that they removed years ago and
Yeah.
repackaging them and bringing them to you. Like,
Well,
I want Dark Knight to take a plunge back.
That's the thing, like, Samurai didn't really get a lot of their spell effects changed. Because it makes sense to do it for something like Dragoon, that has that stupid flower petal dot ability now. I hate it. I hate that. I don't like the flower petals that fly out and then the stupid little harp that plays. It sucks. Get rid of it.
Well, I like the idea and concept. They really need to like actually give us like a bunch of decent stuff. No.
Yeah, I think this is mostly are they going to put in the work required for this sort of thing?
And I mean,
because
like,
if you give me sort of like the Virgil spell effects for Samurai, I'm 100% on board with that. Let me do some blue energy magic nonsense.
I mean, they already showed the teleporter thing, so it's like they've already thought like, oh, you could wear the light skin or the dark skin.
Yeah, and like, I I think the shadow teleport is unnecessarily edgy, but you know what?
It is so edgy, but that's actually kind of why I like it. I'm not using it, but I love how just overly dramatic it is.
Like, if you were to ask me, you could have any sort of teleport animation you want, I would say you know that gif of the guy who does the peace sign and then just disappears? That is what I want for a teleport.
What we need something similar like so RuneScape actually does this. You can get a bunch of teleport skins, but we really need wacky skins because there's a RuneScape home teleport skin where a cow comes down and kicks you to your destination. I would really like some really silly things like that to appear.
Yeah.
Also, Flame Drag is just fighting the brand new tank, apparently.
Yes.
So,
Also fighting a Super Giant skin.
Or an Overwatch character.
I still haven't fucking played that fucking game. I need to play it at some point. Like, I booted it up when it was like new and then never continued.
Yeah, this is actually a concern that Flame had brought up before too. I hope this stuff doesn't go onto the Mog Station.
Oh, it will. Oh, don't you worry. It is absolutely going to have several things put on the Mog Station. It's going to be something that's Collector's Edition only. You know that.
Yeah, I mean, that would be my biggest concern about it. Just where it's like, oh, well, you want to be a elemental white mage, you know, you want to cast arrow and stone and all stuff like that. Well, give us $20.
Yeah. I mean, I have a theme going with like my character in terms of appearance, so I wouldn't mind like having skins that like have specific elements when you throw them out.
Yeah.
But I'm waiting for the Mog Station packs to just exist. Because it's so easy to milk for cash. The wheels are going to be all over that shit.
They're going to release like a cutesy pink heart-themed white mage
Oh my
bell
god.
pack.
Yeah, let them have it so I know who to fuck the block.
You know, actually, now that I say it out loud, that might be something I'd do, just for the giggle. No, actually, if it's like, if they lead into the Blood Lily thing for White Mage, that would be something I'd be more all for.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so...
But yeah,
I like
that-
action
that'd be-
skins. Sorry.
Here's also what I'll say. They need more rewards for trophy crystals and bicolor gemstones.
Uh-huh. Especially bicolor gemstones, absolutely.
So,
Like,
you know,
there's no reason to do fates, ever.
throw a handful of those in the PvP shop, throw a handful of those on the random vendors in the world, and okay, fine.
I mean, I say there's no reason to do fates ever. You can really make a lot of money doing fates, but... Like, what use is money? The fucking... Who cares?
You know what? A white mage that just throws gold at people would actually be kind of fun.
I would. Just have an attack that just you pulls out fucking water bills and just throw them.
Asylum just is a waterfall of gil.
Who's up for the gold shower?
Oh no!
I figured out what's causing the eclipse. I had it all.
Maybe not.
Blinded by logic,
Yeah, maybe not.
by
We know where
rules
that's gonna
that
go.
don't apply here. If my
Alright,
research
so-
fell into the wrong hands, they would try to steal my discovery.
1 second.
There is no moon.
Okay, thank you.
Piccolo blew it up.
Oh no!
Blew it up.
Alright, so yeah, action skins for unique character identities, I'm all for.
Yeah.
The stuff they've been doing in character customization kind of bothers me. The stuff that they showed to remove like racial markings, I think Viera and Lalafell look significantly worse without it.
I had actually brought this exact thing up to Flame. It kind of removes a lot of the like unique features that the races have, and then just kind of turns them into slightly differently shaped humans.
But yeah, that is basically it. It's like somebody took a human mold and just like smudged the nose and flattened it. Like, it doesn't look good. The extra bits and bobs that they have on them, like I don't like looking at Makoti. They don't have the thing under the eyes.
Yeah, because for the longest time, I thought those were like birthmark kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that was just a marking that they had.
And like Yoshi P mentioned that he kept that in for low reasons and made it a hard rule for low reasons. And yeah, you should have kept it in there for fucking low reasons. It shouldn't have been altered just because somebody's like, I don't like my ugly scar.
So I'm fine. Again, the Viera horns are perfect example of what they should be doing with that sort of thing.
The Viera horns.
Aura horns.
I said Viera. I meant Aura.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, the aura horns are like one thing that came out of that I thought was actually a good idea.
My brief stint as an Aura, I kind of hated how the horns were tied to the face, because it's like you see this set of horns looks really cool, but then the face looks 100% derpy. It was probably that one weird face that we're all thinking about.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, those should have always been separate. But for example, I think Makote should it should just be like, you have facial markings. That is a part of the race that you're playing.
Mm-hmm.
You can choose, marking A, B, or C, but there's no blank marking option.
I have this fucking plastic surgery problem going on in Eosia now, where everybody's just modifying their faces and all sorts about them so that they can look more normal. But you have fucking eels in the top of your head.
Yeah, this is something that sort of bothered me when Viera first came out, where it's like, I've noticed a lot of people just kind of make them look human, and it bothers me because in Final Fantasy XII they were like really tall. They had kind of crazy arms and legs, and sort of 14's version, they just look like humans with bunny ears. I don't know. It removes a lot of the uniqueness, I think.
And I think I brought it up on the previous keynote when we were showing off character customization shit. I think we're handing over too much variety in skin tones for character customization that you can just make the Incredible fucking Hulk straight up. Or somebody with exceptionally high blood pressure.
I'm a little less worried about that, because something I've noticed, particularly with Hrothgar, is that a lot of people don't do the crazy skin tones. Like, you could just straight up make Pikachu as a Hrothgar if you really want to. But I don't think I've ever seen like a bright yellow Hrothgar.
I think it's because I think there's when it comes to certain people that want to do the crazy shit, it needs the level of crazy shit needs to go all the way to 11, and if it doesn't hit 11, then they're not gonna go with it, I think.
We don't have a From
now-
Software character creator, so there's only so much they can do.
Yeah, so if there's only so much wackiness they can do, and there's also like some things that have already been done. There's the infamous Mr. Face, who is just pure black Rogadin with a white face mask.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, there's that. That's about maximum wacky you can get. And I mean, even then it's not super wacky, so I feel like for a lot of people that like making wacky stuff, they can't make things too wacky, so they just don't. And a lot of the wacky stuff, in terms of appearance you get in the game, actually come from glamours and stuff. But now that you can change your skin color to absolutely batshit colors, I can be the magenta Makote if I want to. The superhero, glow-in-the-dark magenta Makote.
I don't think, I think you'll see like the occasional Incredible Hulk or Papa Smurf, but I don't think it'll be super common.
It may not be super common, but I still don't. I still think it's gross. I don't like it. I just prefer that. Like I like adding creativity to like people to make whatever character they want, but I still also like when those rules are established as well. So you can't go too batshit. In saying that, where's my fucking beards?
Yes, actually, I definitely think beards should be more of a priority than they actually are.
Yes, like that should be omega top priority. And everybody's like, "Oh, butt sliders," to the point where it's now a fucking meme that will never end now. But it's the beards are for me a significantly higher priority because there's no reason lore-wise why we can't have Rogadines with huge fucking beards, or we can't have Ellison with huge fucking beards, because we've seen them.
Have we seen Ellison with a beard?
There is one main character, Ellison, with a huge fucking beard.
Okay, fine. Counter argument, you need to be an evil pope to get that.
Alright, cool, sign me the fuck up, I'll be a fucking evil pope and get my big fucking beard.
Okay, I wasn't sure if this was like some weird lore thing, like elves can't really grow beards, but okay, point taken.
Yeah. Yeah, so, like...
That being said, I do think you should be able to have, like, a proper beard.
Yeah, I think if there's something you're gonna like alter the rules for when it comes to races, let us just have big fucking beards. Like,
Then,
come on,
like,
man. It's...
You give the Highlanders eyebrows.
that too, yeah. They look a little
Why
weird.
do they not have eyebrows?
That always looks so strange.
Yeah, you have seen things that shouldn't exist, and now you want them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I actually did not know Gosetsu was a Rogadin for the longest time, though.
It is sort of difficult to tell because he is so like the way he comes in and does his thing. I mean,
I thought he was just a large hewer. Yeah, as far as the Blood Slider thing goes, they were kind of teasing something related to that. I'm curious if that's more of a, like, body type option thing going on. Sort of like, oh, you can have slightly broader shoulders or slightly wider hips. I don't think they'll go like, you know, Dark Souls character creator, but I don't know, maybe they'll give you the option.
here's the thing with the butt sliders joke. If I didn't know who these people, if I didn't know how the devs were, they're adding butt sliders at some point in this game. But I would love it.
The truth.
Oh, sorry, I'll let that stop.
Yellow shore. But I have stood upon the blue precipice. An opposite to their golden greed. An abandonment. Absolute clarity. Falling. No more struggle. It's accepting the real truth.
Thank you.
Yep.
Is there anything lore related you want to mention about that? Before I continue?
It's confirmation about the opposite to the Yellow Shore, which has been referenced multiple times. So.
Okay. I just last time we were yapping over when Pete asked a good question.
No, I got you. Keep going. Thank you though.
What was I saying? I just forgot.
Oh no!
Shit, my memory's gone. If only I had a stream, I could go back through time and remember what the fuck I was talking about. Hold on, what are you talking about?
The butt slider thing.
Oh, butt sliders, yeah. So, I think it would be funnier. Oh, I accidentally closed down the stream. Hold on, I'm gonna wait another it would be just funny if you just never add butt sliders for fucking years and you have the running joke for a long time. Like, just never add it. Just keep tormenting people with it.
Just add butt sliders, but only for the men.
Add butt sliders and it's like it starts at like 50% and then you move the bar and it can only go up to like 55 or 4 down to 45 and that's it.
No, I just wanted to see, like, you got a Rogan with massive junk in the trunk, but then you also got Hank Hill running around as well.
Oh man. But yeah, they're not going to do that. There's going to be some butt slider at some point. And I mean, it's going to disappoint everybody who wanted it, and that's great for me because fuck off.
My theory is that it would just be sort of like minor adjustments.
Yeah, it's just going to be...
Make your shoulders a little wider. You can give your character a slightly larger gut. Make their hips a little bigger, and then that's it.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so I'll stop rambling about the character customization.
Actually,
unless
also,
there's
now that I'm thinking about it, I know gear plays a big part in this as well. Because there is some gear that slightly changes your body.
Yep.
Easiest example are the 2B boots. They will make female characters' butts bigger. But also there are a few shirts that that give my character bigger boobs, and it's kind of funny. I should say bigger boobs. It makes his chest look a little nicer.
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 Mm.
Look, I play Rothgar. You know what I am.
Yeah. Well, you're different from most Rothgar in that you didn't play Rogadin first.
I did not.
So at least you had taste before you ruined it.
Oh yeah, and then there are also the Black Mage PvP legs that you get hooves. So
It's
yeah,
always weird to me, it just feels uncomfortable as all hell the way it is.
Gotta shove your big old feet inside those things.
High heels will shorten your calves. Because they
Yeah, it
can't
actually
change your
really
height.
bothers me.
That was that too, yeah.
They saw off your part of your leg. Oh yeah, but some gear like changes your body type, and I know they would have to solve that issue before they do the whole form slider thing. Because, you know, why bother implementing the form slider if you put on a piece of armor and it just deletes it?
You know, that was the one thing 1.0 did correctly.
What, that they had sliders like that?
Not that they had sliders like that, but like they did a really good job with like, you know, gear and form and whatnot based on the character.
Oh yeah.
They did an actual good job with the system.
Are you
in
talking
that.
about? Are you talking about stuff like the ear socks?
No.
Oh, okay.
They had an interesting like clothing system, where a lot of the like pieces of clothing like fold and mold around other pieces of clothing that you had on.
Oh, okay.
And would also like I guess shape better to your physique, I guess. That was done away with probably because of memory reasons, but.
So as far as I know, the way the armor works is that it just replaces parts of your body.
Yeah.
So like, you know, a shirt would just delete your torso and then replace that torso with this shirt.
They probably won't go Saints Row with the sliders.
Oh yeah, I don't think they would.
That would genuinely be the end of the game, I think. We have entered into Champions Online territory.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it would just be like the height slider where it's like, you can only be between 6 and 7 feet tall. You can't be a 2 foot tall Rothgar. Sorry.
Like, we're not going to be able to make a tank with an ass so big that he's stronger if he's turned around. We're not going to have that happen.
Aw. But we just got Bastion. You got a shield for each cheek.
Ah, there it is.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I would imagine that if they do implement a slider, it would be within reason.
Yeah. So, we may get it one day, but I would have actually appreciated it if it was just a joke that lingered for every single live letter and keynote for the rest of the fucking time. And just never give them what they want. But they do have a boob slider, so... We'll eventually get it.
I know you're using voice to text, but I like the idea of salad snake.
All right.
But yes,
so
like legitimately, this is something that does bother me. That they're they're afraid to give male characters a toned butt. If you put the Princess Garnet outfit on a male character, you get Hank Hill butt.
oh shit, do you?
Yes, it's really goofy.
Oh my god. That's perfect. Alright, so next one is world raids that they mentioned. Is this just going to be a super boss fate that spawns every so often? Is that the dealio
This
with it?
was part of their discussion. There was not a slide on this. This was sort of a side mention. They were talking about things that they want to do to make world events better, and this is part of the earlier conversation that they were talking about. Oh, we want there to be stuff like Eureka and all the zones, and that you're not just grinding fates and never being there. And they did have. There was a concept of like world bosses in WoW, and there's I mean the same thing. It's just you spawn the super fates here now. I think they just want to make that a more robust system. But what form that takes is up to interpretation.
Yeah.
So I think the biggest thing with this is that they need to make the rewards worthwhile. Because I do remember when Legion did this sort of their world bosses. It was kind of cool when the expansion first came out, when the world bosses would spawn and then you get like a unique drop. But that drop quickly fell out of I don't want to say style. You basically didn't need that drop anymore once you hit max level. And you hit max level so fast it didn't really matter. So then it just kind of fell off hard.
Oh, I can imagine if it comes to world raids, it may actually be tangentially related to hunts. If I was to take a guess. And so you probably get hunt-related rewards, maybe.
Yeah, so
But
if it was like, you know, if an event, a world event spawns similar to a fate, I guess, but maybe a little like zone wide, I guess, and then it gives you like, I don't know, a rare material or some tombstone adjacent thing, then it's like, okay, I can see people wanting to do that. Now, is it worth it to do these world raids, or would it be quicker and less friction to just run a roulette? Because if it's easier to just run a roulette, then that's gonna die.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of systems in place with a lot of separate rewards in the game at the moment, as is. I do feel like we could do things like feed things and other things a little bit, not like a huge amount, but again, there has not been much revealed, which is unfortunate, but
Yeah, they didn't really go into it too much, but it was sort of piqued my interest, I guess.
yeah, it may be fun. There's been a few games that have done world boss contests before that were fun, but I mean, Diablo 4 technically has a decent world boss thing, even if it is up only every fucking blue moon. But at the very least, the rewards you get from that are like really good in comparison to what you have for your current level. And you might outgrow it eventually, but another world boss will probably spawn by the time you need to upgrade it.
Yeah.
But with the way 14 works, they'll probably not be the same. But there's not enough info on that. I do support the idea of world bosses, or world raids. I think it would be cool, but
Like,
they can't do it the same way they do fates, because nobody's doing the super boss fates anymore for the rewards. If you weren't there at the time, there's barely anybody that's ever doing that anymore.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem with stuff like that, because it just falls out of favor. If you miss it, go screw yourself.
Yep, which is a little annoying.
I think anything beyond this is just speculation.
Yeah. So, not much to say in that. Oh boy, this one. I had a small discussion with Snooty about this one. We're basically turning the game into that one scene from Wall-E.
Yes. So I'm gonna put this out there. I do not like this. Like
The topic we were discussing is auto-traveling to quest objectives.
Yeah, I was about to mention what it
yes,
was.
I'm
But
sorry.
no, I was about to go into it. I deliberately started off vague. I was gonna go through it, but yeah, no, it's the auto travel. It's completely unnecessary and very lazy. And that's just actually something I was concerned about in the previous keynote thing where they mentioned they're going to alleviate like the burden of quests or what the fuck it is. I don't remember exactly what it was they were said, but they were going to do something to make them easier, more accessible, and I'm like, hold on, what the fuck else can you do? It's just run from point A to point B to point C. And it's like, oh, remove the run part. Okay, right, neat.
Yeah. So this tells me two things. One, that they haven't really expanded upon the quest design. So it's like, you know, you go to person A and they tell you to go run halfway across the zone to talk to person B. That's not great. I feel like, you know, if you go pick the quest from someone, they should say, oh, hey, can you do this thing for me over here? And then you go over here and, I don't know, kill 5 boars or whatever. And then you return to them. Like, I don't know.
So they've essentially admitted that a lot of the world design is very bland.
Yes.
When it comes to like, oh, I want you to go from point A to point B. Now, in a normal Final Fantasy game, in any other Final Fantasy game, maybe not 11, but in other Final Fantasy games, you would then go into the world map and you would run into like random encounters every so often, and then you would get to the objective. There is none of that nowadays. Random encounters are not even a thing. Nothing is going to try to attack you or cause you bother.
Yeah.
So it really is just walk from point A to point B. There's nothing there. And if they have a system in place that allows you to just do that automatically, it means that that has not changed in any way.
Correct. I feel like that is a flaw in the overall design that they're just kind of ignoring.
Yeah, they are kind of ignoring it. Probably because the speedrunners would be upset if they added any complication. Again, I'd like to remind people, remember the puzzles that we got in that fucking patch? We ain't seen those ever again. Goodbye.
Yeah. Because I like that sort of thing. I wish they would do more of it, but people complained because they had to rub more than one brain cell together. So I'm not trying to sound elitist, but I feel like this makes me sound elitist. I don't know. You're playing a game. There's got to be some interaction here.
Yeah. It's not. I don't really think it's that elitist. We are actively playing a fucking video game, and if you look at a lot of the quest design, you're really not doing much at all in terms of like gameplay. A lot of it is very walking sim.
Yeah.
And
it's just something else that kind of bothers me about it too. And this is not just an issue with 14, and it's more of a kids these days. I kind of hate how it's sort of, what's the word? It feeds into that just, you know, set a course and alt tab to YouTube or TikTok or whatever.
yeah, it does have that. Like I play Final Fantasy 14. I do extremes with fucking Subway Surfers running on the side and Family Guy Funny Moment compilation in the other corner. I can't focus on the extreme otherwise.
Yeah, that sort of thing really bothers me. I don't like it. I can't think of any other argument other than I don't like it. So
it really rubbed me the wrong way. It's just simply such a dumb thing. But like, Then there's the other then there's the other thing, and it's just like, it just means they're not going to fix it. Is the thing that really bugs me. It means this here to stay. We're going to put all. They mentioned that we're going to put a bunch of effort into doing that for like every zone, and it's like that's not where your fucking priorities should be.
Yeah.
This should be like bottom of the list, but you're like trying so fucking hard to get it to work. How about you just fucking don't? Like, there's many other things that have a higher priority right now. This is definitely not one of them. Get your fucking programming team off of that and do something else. Like, fix the fucking netcode. Just a gross misuse of time.
It kind of reminds me of the, again, going back to WoW, because it's the only other MMO I've played. When Cataclysm came out, you were able to unlock flying at the very start of the expansion. So you could unlock flying, go to a quest giver, get the quest, and then just fly over the entire zone and turn in the quest. And I did not like that experience, actually. And then there's the argument of, oh, well, just don't fly.
That's so dumb. That argument never fucking works. It's really stupid.
Because people are naturally predisposed to take the path of least resistance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if, like what Pete said, if it's just not optimal, then okay, fine. Maybe your character just runs, like you can't mount up or anything, so it's actually slower to do the auto pathing than it is to just get on your mount and go there. But yeah, I don't know. I don't like the auto run thing.
Yep. I mean, technically there's always been an auto-run feature in the game. You just hit the middle mouse button, you just walk in the direction you're facing. So, I mean, if people are that incompetent that we're going to have to program a fucking nav mesh for the fucking player to follow to get to the fucking point they need to get to. I'm honestly tempted, day one of release, just put myself in weird places and see if the automatic fucking quest walker can figure out where the fuck to put me. So I guarantee it will fuck it up. I will make sure I can get it the fuck up.
It gets stuck in a tree somewhere.
And then after you're done with the MSQ, then the fucking system has no use at that point. So why is there so much effort? For minimum payoff. But the player base is already dumb as bricks as it is. We don't need to dumb it down even further. It's so fucking unnecessary. I was... something that ticked me off. That really rustled my gym jams when I read that, when I heard that. Because it was the reason it annoyed me is that that's the one thing I didn't want them to do, and I feel like it was the one thing they were going to do. And it turns out they did two of those. We'll get to that later. But the auto travel between objective just drove me the fuck insane. I was not happy about it. Right then,
Yeah,
so what's up?
Oh, nah, never mind. I think I said my piece on it.
Yeah, it just bugs me the wrong way. Alright, so the mid-level difficulty challenge between normal and savage difficulty that is set to be just below extreme in terms of...
I actually like this. It's supposed to be a midpoint. It's supposed to be like roughly around extreme.
So these say they want to do this so that they can get more people into actually playing this type of content. I actually don't think the numbers are going to change much at all.
That was sort of my concern, or that people are going to, you know, sort of dip their toes into the mid-level, and then they're going to be like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah,
and
so
then like, and then Savage participation just plummets.
Yeah, what they're going to do is they're going to introduce more players to Party Finder, realize that the Party Finder community is one of the most garbage communities to exist on the fucking planet, and then never touch it again. Now, I don't know how hard it really is going to be in the grand scheme of things. It'd be interesting to look at in terms of actual difficulty, but
yeah,
if it's something that's going to be like, oh, we need Party Finders because we need like early strats or we fuck up, then people are just not going to fucking do it, and it's going to have the same. It's going to have. I think it's going to have very similar clear rates, if not less clears than the actual Savage.
Yeah. So something I like, if they implement it properly, is, you know, if you compare the normal raid to the Savage version, if this new difficulty is like, okay, here's this mechanic that would insta-kill you on Savage, but it won't insta-kill you on quote-unquote new difficulty, because they haven't given it a name yet, then I'm fine with that. But I'm curious how human psychology is going to play into this.
The issue with mechanics of that to a degree is Savage really needs you to learn the mechanic, and that's why it gives you an instant fucking obliteration if you die. It really wants you to learn it. If people start to tank it, there will. I did again human psychology. I think there's going to end up being fucking arguments about whether or not something should be tanked or not, and I think it's going to cause a lot of fucking problem and a lot of friction.
I'm thinking of like mechanics like Hello World, for instance. It's like if you screw one of those up, you're just dead. If there is sort of an in-between where like you can, like two people can be out of place and it won't completely wipe you, I think that's fine. Or you can at least see what happened, where you went wrong.
They kind of need a death report sometimes in this game.
Yeah, you know what? A death report would probably be the better idea.
I will probably never touch it. I don't think I will, to be honest.
I mean, I would be interested in it at least.
I do.
See how they actually implement it.
Yeah, it really is depending how they implement it. If it is like, it is a step enough below extreme that you can then queue for it without needing to party find route and go for it and bash your head in for a bit, then I guess that's probably fine, but it probably won't be. It will probably demand party finder, and then people are just not going to do it.
Yeah, this actually goes into something that Pete just mentioned, where it's like, the more recent extremes have actually been kind of difficult. Well, like, compare something like Barbaricia to, shoot, or Theryu. Like, Theryu Extreme was easy. But Barbaricia was, like, kind of making eyes at Savage mechanics.
Barbaricia gave a lot of abilities to recover, but it was an awful lot going on.
Yeah. And I think the gearing also is something I'm curious about. Because is it going to be like, you know, oh, your eye level's only 100, but the mid difficulty gives you 105 and Savage gives 110. Well, you don't have 110 gear, so we're not going to let you into Savage, even though you should be able to clear it with eye level 100.
I don't. Yeah, like people. I think ultimately they're gonna end up learning that seeing Zero Mist was an early easy fight. The Meteors was just jank, but in terms of how like extremes go, like the Meteor was the biggest problem, and that I feel like was a Savage mechanic that somehow got into an extreme fight. Everything else about Zero Mist, in terms of difficulty, was not as bad as most Savages. Again, we have the advantage of number crunch when we are doing Omega. We do not do Savage on current content. There would be a very big change of mind if we went to do Savage on current content.
Honestly, if you just deleted the meteor mechanic from the Zeromus fight, that might actually be one of my favorite fights, not gonna lie.
Yeah, like, again, I'm not saying that, like, Extreme is easy, but I'm comparing it to Savage. And it's like, the thing is, though, Savage in some cases have actually been, like, too easy to the point where it's a fucking, like, it's less than an Extreme. Like, the first, Pandemonium, P1,
yes.
was fucking embarrassing in terms of difficulty. That was insanely easy. And then the second one was a fucking snore fest. And then suddenly the Phoenix showed up and everybody was like, oh my fucking god, there's the teeth now it's fucking hard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's typically how Savage goes, though, anyways.
I think Pandemonium's case was too overtuned in the easy difficulty for the first two. Because you would not need a party finder the first P1S, like genuinely. You could queue for it with randos and still clear it. It was that easy.
Because I'm thinking of like Eden. E1 and E2 were relatively easy. Actually, now that I think about E2, there's that final stretch, which.
Fuck, I had to memorize so many things to make sure I was calling everything out correctly. Oh boy, you thought fucking Rubiconti was a fucking stressful situation. Jesus Christmas.
Okay, well we'll say E1S was actually pretty easy.
It was relatively easy, but the thing is that unlike a lot of extremes, if you fucked up, when it was current content especially, it was kind of GG. Because the damage number was significantly higher for one, and the DPS check when it was current was tighter. So having like 3 or 4 deaths was probably GG. So you just want to leave and start again. But anyway, yeah, like I'm just talking relative to like South Savages. Like they've obviously got like balancing all over the place. I've obviously like okay. I was being kind of a cock earlier. Like the extremes have been getting a little bit harder, but I wouldn't say they were savage level harder. At least not appropriate savage level harder.
I mean, I would have to compare it to current savage because I actually have not stepped foot in a current savage, so I'm not sure if they upped the difficulty of current savage or if it's just.
The fucking M6S fucking sent people into a frenzy for a while.
That's Splatoon, right?
Yeah, that's Splatoon.
Okay.
The difficulty of those, they are actually a step up. Black Cat isn't too bad. There's a couple of like nasty bits, but it's not too bad. Why can I not remember the second fight in the Arcadian? I cannot remember what it is.
Honeybee.
What?
Honeybee Lovely.
Honeybee, there we go. Fucking Honeybee, yeah. Now she was a savage that everybody fucking hated. Because of a couple of mechanics that felt random. That wasn't until people realized that you could do the good old tried and true turn 9 strat, Mario Kart, and everything would be fine. Which is a strat that you can actually use on normal, but nobody uses it on normal. Sorry, am I talking over this guy?
It doesn't matter.
I will remain myself, for I am everything.
So, see, I like the idea of the middle difficulty, and again, it really depends on how it's implemented. I wouldn't mind like spicier stuff, but I don't want to be too much to the point where we need a party finder and get strats up and running, and everybody has to play their part perfectly. Because the thing is that the main reason people aren't clearing it is not. I mean, there's obviously time commitment because it is a savage, and there's also just like the difficulty for a lot of players who can't handle it. But I think a lot of the factors really is party finder, because it's quite easy to get bad party finders. Now, it's not impossible to get a good party finder, but you have to always be gambling every time you look for party finders. And for a lot of people, they just don't have time for the fucking gamba. I mean, you fucking watch Nirvana. He was trying to fucking get party finders for M11S. Sorry, M10S, and just kept getting clowns over and over and over again. Clowns that would argue that it was everybody else's fault. They got the one Mikote that said, "Alright guys, what's the problem here?" when he was the one that died to every mechanic.
I party finder Ruby Weapon Extreme. And the amount of wipes on the second phase to very obvious mechanics. I shouldn't say very obvious, but mechanics people should know.
Party Finder is, at the moment, a place where a lot of people feel they can go in to get carried. And the problem is that when you have like 6 people who are hoping to get carried, you've only got 2 fucking people playing the goddamn game properly, and people are just getting fucking trounced.
Yeah, this is definitely a random people issue.
Yeah, and this is why I don't think the numbers are going to be that different. As a matter of fact, I actually think it's going to be more than Savage. If Party Finder is an absolute requirement, if it can be done with randos well enough, then I'll be fine. I do want the game to give more opportunities for the one player to save the day. but we're not getting that. Which is really annoying, but it is how the game is designed, unfortunately. It will be interesting in the grand scheme of things. I'll probably touch it for a bit, and I'll either keep playing it, or I will never play it ever again. And the numbers are going to be like 20% still do Savage, and then like 5% touch the middle difficulty. Because the Savage players are going to be like, well, I'm going to do the hardest anyway, so who fucking cares about the middle point? And then the people doing the middle point are like, Party Finder fucking sucks, I'm going to go do something else.
Yeah, again, if people actually do it, then it would probably be fine. I'm just concerned about how it will affect other things as well. Yeah, I want to see sort of like, they give you Savage mechanics, but they're not quite as lethal. Still kill you if no one's paying attention, but...
I think both not as lethal and... Actually, okay, maybe not as lethal and maybe a bit slower on the uptake, but what they probably should do is... And this is something I've actually been doing in Savage in general, and Ultimates actually, in a couple of cases. If you fuck it up, you get a nice big smack in the face with the damage down. That makes you feel bad about yourself.
I'm sort of thinking like, you know, if they take a Hello World, a new difficulty, like, you know, you still get the donuts, but then that's like the only real mechanic you get. So if you overlap the donuts, then you get a whole bunch of explosions.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you place them in the correct position, then everything's good.
Yeah, that's fine. The idea that like everybody needs to get a donut at some point, and the donut's the only thing you get, it makes it a bit easier to line it up. You would just have a quick discussion and just be like, okay, well, we know it gives it to a tank, we know it gives it to a DPS, we know it gives it to a healer, so we'll let the next tank, healer, DPS take it, and then we'll just have the magic and fizz range not take it, or whatever. Just have quick assigned, here, you do that, that's it. None of this fucking, if you have this, you're standing here, but if you have this, where this person has this, you stand here. Just simplify those type of mechanics, and for all the mechanics, like, you know, the boss scotches, which there's a million of, if you get caught by it, then you get you live, but you get damage down.
Yeah.
And maybe no enrage? I don't know if I'd probably say no enrage. I'd probably just say just loot mechanics.
I would argue that they still have the enrage.
Why would you say that though?
Because I don't like it when people can't do their damage properly.
So you'd rather restart the fight from scratch?
Maybe.
But maybe still not do the damage properly. See, the issue I kind of have with the idea is I'm worried that we're going to get two tanks that are going to be the only ones alive, and they're going to try to solo fucking thing and waste everybody's time for 10 minutes.
But wouldn't that be a better argument to have an enrage?
No, that's what I was saying. Like that was my like only issue with not having enrage would be that.
Okay.
It would be that scenario. But I kind of just think that not having enrage in this is fine. It depends on how the mechanics are done, though.
Yeah.
But I feel like, you know, if people are on the struggle bus trying to learn a fight like that, and picking each other up to recover and then get a win out of it would be nice. Maybe the enrage time might be longer.
I was gonna say I'm fine with a not as tight enrage, where it's like, you know, the Savage fight, the boss does 2 rotations of their mechanics, and then on the new difficulty fight they do 4 rotations. I'm fine with that. But I don't think that the enrage should be removed entirely. Just so, you know, you don't have people trying to solo the boss.
And the thing is with the gear upgrade, and this is the issue I've always had with Savage, is that the gear upgrade doesn't actually make doing Savage easier.
Oh yeah, I mean, you still got
it just makes it It makes it slightly quicker. It will, again, if it somehow does, if we don't need a party finder for the first second, people get their gear and they're like, oh, I want to look in at Savage. They'll find party finder and they immediately not want to go back. Especially when it comes to Savage. Now, I mean, there is technically, what it could do is that because Savage exists, and a lot of the sweaty tryhards will be stuck in Savage, the party finder will probably have less sweats looking for people to do the middle piece of content, so there'll be less misery there. Potentially, maybe. But if they still have the weekly lockout for loot, I can imagine a lot of them are going to be running the lower difficulty to get their seasonal loot while they wait for the next week.
That's something I'm curious about. If like the world first race is going to turn into the, you know, you absolutely have to do the new content. But they did mention something about like working towards upgrading the gear from that. So like maybe you don't actually get better gear out of it until like several weeks. Like it's a gradual increase or something. Like maybe you get some oil you rub on your weapon that increases its eye level by 1.
That's what I'm assuming that they'll be doing.
Are you alright, Phil?
Yeah.
She's sounding exhausted. I'm like, oh man, am I yapping too much again?
God, I can't stand listening to this guy.
That's why I invite you into this stream every single time, because I just don't like it.
But yeah, I want it to be more of a learning experience to get people ready for Savage than anything else. Yeah, we don't need to be. We really don't need to be worrying about world first problems. Like me worrying about my billions that I have in the bank account. Totally.
Well, I mean, we're not going for world first.
Yeah.
We would just have to sit and wait for the world first craze to disappear, and the early birds to be done with Savage before Party Finder actually evens out. But like. Anyway, I rambled about this for way too fucking long.
What else can we ramble about?
Well, the same region player matching just immediately, like, is an upgrade. Period.
Yes.
Like, that is just gonna significantly increase. Okay, let me fucking tell you, trying to level up fucking Morgana from 1 to 70, the biggest hurdles were queues.
Yeah, just watching Flame stream, use controller stream, and the 30-minute wait time to do the final boss of the expansion is a bit rough.
Yeah, it's gross right now. So I have no negatives about same kind of region matching. It's something that we've been waiting for a hell of a long time, and it's now the fact that it's now coming in. Thank fucking God.
And I feel like I already asked you this. It's region specific, so like all of NA is going to be grouped with all of NA, and all of EU is going to be grouped with all of EU.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yep. So that's good. That's positive. Not a whole lot to say about that. It's just been waiting for a million years. Some of the visuals in the dungeons, they do a lot of outdoor dungeons again, but it's kind of
It's new dungeons. But I was gonna say, my bigger issue with dungeons is that they are hallways with 2 packs and then a boss, and then another 2 packs and then a boss.
Yeah. The main issue is the 2 packs are not interesting ever.
Yeah.
That is the biggest problem. We are not going to change from the hallway philosophy, because we attempted it a few times in Round Bomb, and it went very fucking poorly because everybody eventually congregated back to the hallway.
Yeah, people get lost in Hake Manor, so I can see them not diverging from the hallway.
Yeah, it's just the trash pools between the two. There's no interesting ways to fight them. There's no interesting ways to get around them. It's just the same tanky spanky AoE win move on time wasters that are not threats to anything. And they don't need to do a whole lot to be like major threats. Just give me reasons to move half the time. The only one that mainly moves during fucking mob pools tend to be tanks. They're the only ones that are moving around, and even then, they don't really have to move much at all. You can probably tank the fucking AoE to the face if they wanted to.
Like, give us more mobs that has the adamantoids in the one done.
Orogenics.
Yeah, the one done. Yeah, where you can put them to sleep, and it's a really cool fact that you can do that. And it means it means that the melee DPS uptime is significantly increased because you don't have to run away and come back in again.
Like, just do more stuff like that where, like, a single mob is just extremely dangerous, or maybe not dangerous, just annoying. Like, have a caster mob that just keeps putting people to sleep.
Well, maybe not put people to sleep, because there's only one way to wake people up.
Look, sometimes I want to slap my party members.
Like, just having a dude run around and, like, put AoEs in the ground, like, interesting shaped AoEs.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like there's a couple of bosses that do it, but like they just have like random fucking AoEs all over the place, and you just have to move around and weave between.
Yes.
Just have like some spellcaster at the top of a fucking hill just doing that while you're fighting some mobs, and then that's the boss at the end. Like, have the boss be involved a bit more in the mob pulling, and then you get to the boss to kick their ass. They do that a few times, but they don't do it enough.
There was a few trash pulls in WoW that did something like this. There would be like a group, you'd pull them, and then there would be a caster who would just channel AoEs on, like small AoEs on the ground. So like, you would either have to silence her or just kill her outright, so she'd just stop dropping crap everywhere. Like, that was interesting. Because it kind of just said, okay, this person right here, this person's a problem. We need to fight them first instead of just AoE the pack down. So yeah, I mean, dungeons. I'm sure they'll look great.
What is
I just want the mechanics to be a little more interesting.
Yep. And they didn't show a whole lot of that, so not much else to say really. The visuals are like, they're alright. It's very Final Fantasy 14. Was expecting much beyond that.
Yeah.
The artwork for the gear that they showed us, the only thing that looked interesting to me was the Culinarian, but the Culinarian always looks interesting. I feel like some of it just felt derivative of like older designs, if I'm honest.
So
but,
they did mention something about how like they kind of want to stick to the class identity. So it's like,
yeah.
you know, you look at this armor and you're like, oh yeah, that's definitely a red mage.
Yeah, and
I do wish that they would sort of branch out just a touch more. There was, I believe it was the white mage Stormblood artifact armor, where it actually had a pretty good design, but it still looked like a white mage. Probably just mostly because of the coloration, but the design itself was unique.
yeah, the art didn't wow me much, if I'm honest. It just felt like very similar, more of the same that we had before. I mean, I'm not saying it looks bad, but I'm just nothing in here that's just like, oh, right, I see my next glamour plate.
Honestly, so they showed the summoner artifact armor. I thought it was the exact same as one of the previous expansions. So I do think they need to branch out just a touch. Like, they don't have to go like completely off the walls. Like, summoner can still have like green armor or green robes or whatever and the horn, but I don't know, they have something based off of Rydia's outfit. I mean, I know they already have Rydia's armor, but
yeah, that's probably why.
have something based off of Yuna's outfit. Hello, Pit.
There's like a path under here.
Yeah, so that's really all I can say about that. Alright, so the big thing. The big, huge thing that I was actually, like, slightly good news to hear about. The fucking Chocobo revamp.
Interesting.
So, I mean, okay, so... I have not had my Chocobo out for fucking anything. Probably since the start of Stormblood.
I mean, that's fair. I don't think they've done anything with Chocobos beyond,
Yeah,
like...
they have done nothing with Chocobo ever since. I maxed my Chocobo in A Realm Reborn because there's probably no old school heads watching the stream right now, but the old strategy was, you know where the Odin trial is? And where that fish is that only spawns during a certain weather in South Shroud? There are water sprites all over the place that are level 50, and the Chocobo's EXP that they gain is based on your level and the level of the enemy you're killing. So we would just have a big party of 8 white mages, pull in all of the water sprites, just fucking holy the shit out of them. Chocobo gets a shitload of EXP, rinse and repeat until it's maxed. That was the old strategy. But like, there's been no use for it beyond the overworld, and at the time, with Fates being more prominent and the best EXP, arguably, back in the day, there was more reasons to pull out Chocobos and do stuff, but as we mentioned earlier, with the overworlds being kind of bland and not a whole lot going on, there's less and less reasons to bring Chocobo out. So I haven't used my Chocobo in fucking yonks. But now with this revamp, there might actually be more of a reason to actually pull the fucking idiot out to do things. And I think that would actually be kind of cool.
Yeah, I kind of wish the Chocobo was used in more stuff in general.
I like the idea of like 2-player dungeoning with the Chocobo companions. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work, but the thing is, with the trust system being put in place, I imagine that they're like going to give them significantly better AI.
Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it's just gonna look like trusts. There's just gonna be like the Chocobo classes.
But I think it'll be cute if the overworld has more things to do and Chocobos again revamped. Then I would actually like them to add more levels. I know they said that like if your Chocobo's maxed, don't worry, it will already be maxed. And it's like I don't know if I wanted it already maxed.
This means there's going to be another avenue of progression besides levels. My fear.
What is your Chocobo's name actually?
My Chocobo's name?
Yeah.
Mine's has been Jebediah.
That's right.
Because I let my sister name the Chocobo. That was the name she just came out with at the top of her head, and I was like, all right.
Because I knew your Chocobo had an interesting name. I just haven't seen your Chocobo in such a long time.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. What's your Chocobo's name?
Cavalcata. It's my ride.
Hey, I have not seen your Chocobo in a long time either.
Yeah. It is sad that they just don't have any use. So I'm actually excited for this revamp. It's a system that's as old as A Realm Reborn that has really not had an update, and it could do with one.
Yeah, I'm expecting them to be like a more competent alpha though.
Fingers crossed on that one.
Look, the bar's on the ground.
The big one.
Alright, Evangelion, Ghost of Desire, where they fucked up the trailer initially, which is pretty funny.
Do you think they just like killed them outright, or did they waited until the end so Yoshi could watch?
I thought it was a bit. I actually thought they were doing a meta bit for a minute, but no, it was kind of amusing. Anyway, this is
I think they did afterwards because Yoshi P switched out of his Bastion cosplay. It's because it had blood all over it.
Yes. So an interesting angle to the Evangelion raid is they are coming out with a redo of the Evangelion series, which is being done by Yoko Taro. So this could be some sort of a strange, convoluted Square in-house, out-of-house thing. But they're being very well, they made such a big deal about who's his face being the guy who's in charge of it. They didn't mention Yoko Taro, which makes me think that's not actually what's going on.
I'm not sure.
Because they pulled out like that dude's resume and they worked on this and they worked on Mad Max and this and that and the other thing and he's gonna help us. It's gonna be great. And I was like, all right, I guess you don't have anything you want to share with us about it.
I'm curious if they're waiting to announce something with the Evangelion anime that they kind of don't want to share yet. Like maybe it'll be spoiled in the Raid series or something.
Potential.
I don't know. Evangelion gets weird.
Why we love
there's.
So I'm gonna be the one guy that's coming at this from the perspective of I have never seen Evangelion at all. I only know of one or two bits and pieces of it because it's impossible to avoid spoilers on the internet, but I have never ever watched anything in relation to it. And I kind of want to keep it that way because I kind of want to go into this and see if knowing info would actually have been beneficial or if I can go in this raw dog it without any info whatsoever.
Okay.
That's the main thing what I'm curious about.
Okay, I was gonna give you sort of a quick and dirty recap.
I mean, you can probably give a quick and dirty, but because I probably already know. But
it's basically you put literal children into war mechs who all have problems.
yeah, have we not done that
is-
before?
Yeah,
that is-
if you've the weapon projects.
Yep.
Oh yes,
That is
actually
that
yes, that is very good.
That is Final Fantasy XIV saying we'd like to do Ava stuff, but we don't own the IP.
Yeah, you've done the weapon series. That is pretty close to the kind of stuff that happens.
My favorite cutscene in that whole thing is when the dude's fucking trying to look up game FAQs for how to deal with fucking gal. That shit was so fucking funny.
Look, you didn't study the mechanics yet.
But
That's me when I'm trying to figure out Hello World.
honestly,
Just imagine my Rothgar with that exact expression.
so I'm like somewhat optimistic. I'd like to hope that I can go into it kind of blind. I think it would just be an interesting experience as somebody who has not experienced any of that stuff.
What I am curious about is like a lot of this is giant robots, and we are just regular-sized people.
Yes, that is something that like I've kind of got like a raised eyebrow about. Maybe they've got something really cool in mind.
Snooty, the giant robots are indeed kind of fleshy. That is a.
It's a different type of fleshy than normal, but
But that'll be interesting because I think maybe what I'll do after I've gone through it is then I'll go like look at Evangelion and then be like, oh, that would have been cool to know. Or I'll come out of it and be like, all right, so they handled it really well. I didn't need to actually know anything about Evangelion to get what's going on here.
What was your thought on the near raids when they did that?
It's kind of the same, actually.
How did you
never played any Neo thing?
How did you come out of it? Did you come out of it saying this is pretty cool, or did you come out of it saying
I got some real bad news for you.
you didn't like it?
No, I actually still don't know what's going on.
Okay, so
Because
that's
when that content came out, we were running it with like Reese in the group, and we were very much a beat content, ask questions later type of people, and I skipped the vast majority, and so did everybody else.
Oh, wow.
So my knowledge on what is actually happening is next to zero. Nothing was retained, and that is a me thing. That is not its thing. Now, in terms of what we were fighting, what we were doing, a lot of things were really cool, and it's probably why I wasn't bothered by the boss song as much as Flame Dragon was. But now that he's explained the reasoning, I completely get it now that I've actually heard the actual song that they probably should use, but didn't.
So the problem with Nier songs is that there's a lot of very good tracks.
Yes, there are
But-
quite a lot.
They can only do so many, but I will also concede that the fact that they did not use Bluebird for
I will
um,
die on this
Hansel-
hill. You will bury me on this
Hansel and
hill.
Gretel. Look, they did not need to reuse Song of the Ancients. There's a whole other list of tracks they could have used. I also kind of wish they didn't use Song of the Ancients just because that's connected to two very specific characters, but whatever.
You get to dress up as them.
I mean, yes. Honestly, as someone who likes Nier, it does feel like the raid series is more, here, look at this cool thing, as opposed to, you know, actually being a Nier raid. I don't know how to explain it that well.
How
I think
many?
I know what you mean.
How many of the after quests did you do?
I actually did not do any of the after quests.
Okay.
There's like quests that's like, alright, do a thing. It's like, alright, see you next week. Which
Yep.
has always been like weird. Why? That's the only like quest in the game that does that.
Yoko Taro literally has to be the only thing I can explain as to why they did this.
Yeah, so in order to get the true ending for the Nier games, you have to play through them multiple times. Now, when you play through them, you typically get a little more context to what's actually going on, but it can get a little tedious, which is why I think they did the weekly thing. I don't know if if Yoko Taro's like, Tedium builds character, but
Oh, here's the thing. I still haven't done those because I keep fucking forgetting. On the very rare instance, I just happen to be in the area, which is very fucking rare. But maybe if I need to cook something and get an ingredient and I'm in the area at the time, I'm like, oh, there's that. I'll go do that real quick. I'll then do it and I'm like, alright, come see me next week. And I'm like, alright, I'll remember next week. And I don't remember for years. You can't be doing that type of thing to me. I'm not going to remember at all. So I still haven't done that either. But I think if it wasn't for the group I ran the content with at the time, I would probably have approached it the same way I'm planning on approaching Evangelion.
yeah.
It was just a different set of people, and they were very much a LOL don't care about the story type people.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like I don't even think Reese remembers anything that happened in Shadowbringers. But that's the type of person he is.
Didn't Reese play Nier?
He probably did. That might be why he decided to skip through it. Because he didn't fucking care.
Oh. Okay.
But yeah, that was how that was approached. But I'm gonna do it differently for Evangelion, because I mean I've heard of Evangelion. A lot of people have recommended Evangelion, and a lot of those people are weeaboos that think Chobits is one of the greatest animes of all time. So it's a little hard for me to take them seriously, but I have also heard it from non-weeaboos as well. So it's probably something I should inspect at some point.
Yeah, so Evangelion is good as an anime, but maybe not good to recommend to a non-anime fan. But for different reasons why I wouldn't recommend something like Chobits to a non-anime fan. I've actually never seen Chobits, but I know enough about it.
Chobits is a good idea that's just fucking wasted by a million anime tropes.
So like, I would say Cowboy Bebop is a good anime to recommend to someone who is not a fan of anime.
I mean, the thing is, when it comes to like any anime, I'm always coming in with this mindset that I need to come in with this. It's an anime mindset, and I'm hoping as I watch it, it's like, all right, cool. So it's not that anime.
Yeah.
But when I go through it, but at the same time, if it is that anime, I mean, technically speaking, I love the shit out of Dragon Ball Z, but let's be fucking real, it is shonen and dumb as it comes.
Yeah, I feel like Dragon Ball Z is sort of a unique case because it kind of said this is what a shonen anime is, specifically a shonen battle anime. And then like a bunch of other animes looked at it and were like, yeah, that's cool. We're gonna do our own version of that.
I was gonna write a romantic novel, but you know what? I'm just gonna make Yu-Yu Hakusho instead.
Oh man. Yeah, now that you've mentioned that the author previously did romance anime, it makes a lot of sense.
So yeah, like.
Yeah, I will say that Evangelion gets weird.
I mean, that's fine. I can handle weird. I've seen enough weird. It just depends on how it's done, how it's approached.
Yeah, not weird as in like, you know, anime weird, but just it's a little cosmic horror-y.
I don't mind that. I like cosmic horror. That's fine for me.
But yeah, I'm interested. I just want to see how they do it though.
Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of this, is that it's a little rough to get excited for a lot of things when it's just a case of, you know, you just have to see how it goes. It's the only thing we can do, which is how they get you.
Yeah.
That's how they get you.
I'm actually curious to how I want to see how the glamours go, because like we'll definitely get the skin tight plugs. So that's sort of a given. But like, what do you do for the other ones you need? Do they just hand us lab coats and say, here you go?
Alright, next thing on the list.
Alright.
Right, so there's only one thing, there's only like, I think the best way to describe this is with a Latin term. You guys ever heard of Amaqua?
No, but I know some Latin.
Yeah, like, I'ma quit this fucking game because fuck that. I'm actually so mad that I brought up a while ago, if they put anything in relation to 7 Remake in this game, I'm fucking done with it forever. And this is the other reason why I said I thought my fucking house was tapped. Because now this fucker shows up.
I was correct.
I was actually extremely annoyed that I saw this. As soon as it was like, oh, we're going to give you a hint as to what this could be, and then Sephiroth's theme played, I said it was going to be Sephiroth's theme before it even played. And then it fucking played, and I just, that's it. I'm out. You've lost me. I'm gone. I'm done. Because I am not going to spend 9 to 10 fucking fights talking to Chadley to fight one of these virtual reality fucking things. That's all it's going to fucking be. And we already know who the final boss is, because we're going to have to fight either, like, Sephiroth or Bizarro Sephiroth. And then when you do Savage, he turns into Saber Sephiroth. There you fucking go. There's your big reveal for who the final boss is going to be, guys.
So before the stream, actually earlier today, Flame had asked, like, hey, what do you think Mortal was actually upset about? I said, oh, it's either he was expecting, like, the Berlin thing to, like, shake the earth, or it was the Final Fantasy VII thing. And it was the Final Fantasy VII thing. Beautiful. Hold on, something just happened. I completely missed it.
How did I get here?
What, Flame falling?
Flame fell down a pit.
Oh, I think we can forget about that one.
It was in a cutscene though, so I'm fine.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't hate the idea of doing a Final Fantasy VII Raid series. My sort of bigger concern is that they're doing a few too many crossovers.
Yeah, that was actually something I wanted to bring up in, like, on Evangelion. But I didn't want to, because it's not Evangelion itself I have the issue with.
Yeah.
This was the other issue I had. We are doing way too many of these fucking crossovers.
Yeah, so when Final Fantasy XIV does a crossover, I like it way more when they're like, hey, here's a boss, does he look familiar? And you're like, oh, that's Scrunglow from Final Fantasy V, cool!
Scrunglow? What fucking Final Fantasy 5 were you playing? I want to play that one, holy shit, this one's more interesting.
Look, I played a fan-translated version.
But, like, yeah, like, Omega did it very well when it did its, like, crossover, because it gave you the bosses from 5 and the bosses from 6. but they weren't just like, hey, here's Final Fantasy V and here's Final Fantasy VI for you.
I would argue that it was the way they did the 9 references was better.
Yeah, oh yeah, they're better there. I'm talking about just for Raid series, but yeah, the way they did things for 9 was better.
Yeah.
In that regard.
Compared to like the Endwalker patch content.
Yes, like
I did not like how it was basically like, oh hey, here's the villains from 4. Cool, why are they here? I don't know.
Yeah,
The
they're all
villains
here.
from 4.
It's like, oh, this character's just under a paladin. How wild! That's crazy.
Yeah, I don't like the way they did that.
Like Final Fantasy, like they also took a lot from Final Fantasy 3 with the whole Crystal Tower raid as a whole, but like, it wasn't like Uni was exactly like Uni. You know, we had the whole Braha Tia thing happening in the background. Spoilers, by the way. It like they took the elements from 3 and then like made their own thing with it.
Yeah.
And
so
you know,
I'm fine if they sort of like they plop down Helm House and they're like this is L2S or whatever. But I swear to God, if Cloud Strife just like looks at the camera and says, "Hey guys, remember me?" I will be upset.
play that guy from the fucking Metroid Other M trailer.
Oh God.
Like, hey, remember me? No, who the fuck are you?
Well, that was different because no one knows who that guy is. He did not appear in any Metroid game. Like, I don't think another human appeared in any Metroid game before him.
7 Rebuff is fucking tremendous dog shit. And Revelations, based on what they've been doing in Ever Crisis, which, by the way, Ever Crisis has decided that Sephiroth is not the villain anymore. Because Sephiroth's blade, the Masamune, is actually Jenova.
I think we're allowed to have villains who are just jerks.
Well, I mean, Sephiroth wasn't a jerk until Genesis told him to go be a jerk.
See, that's just fanfiction.
No, it can't be fanfiction because Nomura wrote it.
Look,
How could it be fanfiction if it's the actual creators? Duh!
I have never played any other Final Fantasy VII content other than Final Fantasy VII on the PlayStation. Technically, I played the PC port, but you know. That is how the story goes, as far as I'm concerned.
I would love if they didn't go down the remake route for this, but I know they're going to. I would have liked them to just do the crossover, and then all they do is like touch the original game's aspects, but they're not going to because they can't. Because I'm pretty fucking certain the writers are gonna find a way to make this canonical with both 7 remake and 14 at the same time. This is why I think Chadley's gonna be the one that is mostly here to just give us fights from the previous game.
You know, actually, I would be okay if we met an NPC named Chadley and he's like, oh, do you want to see this cool new thing I found? It's called a video game, and it's just a PS1 with Final Fantasy VII in it. And then the Warrior of Light sits down, plays it.
And you just
That's
replay
great
the whole of Final Fantasy VII. Fucking hell. But yeah, no, like I'm not happy with 7 remake and where it's going at the moment. Revelation with Ever Crisis adding more stupid shit and Crisis Core being dumb and Rebuff being dumb and it's tainted. The thing is, I think what pisses me off the most is that like this is the most shoe and obvious fucking crossover that they could have done. I mean, and I was hoping they would leave it the fuck alone. That was my genuine hope that they wouldn't touch it.
I do not hate the idea of a Final Fantasy VII crossover. It makes perfect sense. I am just afraid that they will go crazy with this Rebirth, remake, reunion nonsense.
Oh no, they're going to. Like, it's already set in stone. Like, they're already gonna just... They've ruined it enough as it is, but they're just gonna make it significantly worse now.
Like, if I go into the raid series and I fight, you know, Natok, that's fine. That's whatever. You know, I'll even let Sephiroth show up. Whatever. But I know that they're just gonna be like, oh, we're gonna tie it into, I keep forgetting the name of the
Ever
final
Crisis.
part. No, the final part of the trilogy.
Oh, Revelation.
Revelation. They're probably gonna tie it into Revelation in some stupid way.
Oh yeah, they absolutely are. Like, Chadley's gonna fucking show up and be like, hey, I met a warrior from another dimension and he gave me a lot of great data. Maybe you should be using this great data. And then we're gonna just, like, bleed into 14 a little bit and yap about some weird 14 elements.
Yeah.
Or we're gonna do, like, there's gonna be a special DLC where you fucking meet a Makote that you did in fucking 15. Like, I just hate 7 right now. I'm so mad about it. And I think I mentioned this on another stream. I did say, like, if they do this dumb shit where they bring this in, I'm quitting the fucking game forever.
Time to get your new diapers.
And the thing is like, I'm trying not to, but like, I'm trying not to because I'm probably gonna have to be the guy that has to bite the bullet and suffer through Revelations. But the amount of shit that I could ramble about Rebirth for hours, for days, like Remake, I have things to complain about, but it's not even like a 10th, not even 100th is as bad as fucking Rebirth is. And now it's in 14. And now you get to dress up as Barrett Wallace. And have a machine gun arm as a fashion accessory.
If I can remove that tattoo that Barrett's chest piece has, I might actually just wear that.
I think everybody
understand
can guess.
that
I think everybody can
Sorry,
guess what I think about Chadley and about how unfortunately that is the most likely way they're going to do it.
I mean, they could lie.
They're gonna set okay, now you've brought that up, of course. They're gonna set this up very similar to how it was done with Omega. We're just gonna deal with, like, virtual reality face. We're gonna deal with the fucking Scorpion. We're gonna deal with the Airbuster. We're probably gonna have to deal with Hell House. We're gonna have to deal with Materia Keeper.
I'm fine with all that, honestly. I just hope that they don't implement it in a stupid way, and I don't trust them to not implement it.
No, I don't trust them at all. This is going to be extremely dumb. There's not going to be any charm to this whatsoever. This is going to be extremely stupid. And you know, maybe that should be more of a reason for me to actually go back into the game and play it, so that I can look at what's happening, and everybody can laugh at my expense while they ramble about how absolute fucking dog shit tacos this entire thing is going to be. Now, nobody else is mad about this as I am, and that's fine. Everybody probably thinks they're being overdramatic about it, which is absolutely fine.
Go on. Or is this just the Final Fantasy VII in general?
No, not in general. Like, I'm not, like, I'd be fine if we did a crossover with 7 and just 7 and not the remake. It's specifically the Rebirth and remake and just how fucked the whole thing is.
Yeah, if I were to take a guess, it's probably gonna be some weird nonsense with, like, these splitting timelines. And
we're going to be in one of
sort
those splitting timelines now.
Yes.
The timeline we're going to be in is going to be one that has Zack in it.
oh my god, did Zack, like, when he motorcycled off at the end of Rebirth, did he just motorcycle into Limsa or something?
Well, see, I mean, it might be. Maybe one of 7 Zacks that did that. It'll be now your kid. I mean, it'd be your job to figure out which one of the 7 Zacks made it over.
Now, they could totally surprise me, and then it's like, oh, you're not fighting Sephiroth, you're fighting Cloud. Ooh.
Yes, they did wheel out the producer from 7
Yes.
Remake Rebirth and Resurrection. I actually read that. Revelation. And it fills me with less confidence, to be honest.
Yeah,
I mean, the fights might be fine. I just hate how dumb Final Fantasy has got. Final Fantasy 7 has gotten. And I'm always going to be angry about it, no matter what. And to see it now in this game makes me just more mad. But again, I am probably the one of few people that's going to get this mad about it. Nobody else is going to be as bothered as I am. Maybe Flame will be a little bothered because it'll always be Chad that he talks to.
All of my hate.
Kingdom Hearts instead. Okay, if they wheel out Kingdom Hearts instead, that would actually be a really. I'd be fine with that bait and switch. As absolutely pants on head stupid as that would be, I would actually be fine with it because we've hit enough stupid that I'm willing to sit back down again.
You know, I honestly could not even be mad if they did that. If they wheeled out Cloud in his stupid bandage sword.
Oh, fucking Jesus. The thing is that we're not going to do that because we're going to save the Kingdom Hearts raid series for when Kingdom Hearts 4 is on the way out.
Look, can I just get Goofy's glamour? I'm gonna wear that stupid hat. Because I can wear hats now.
So I'm willing to put money if we were to do a Kingdom Hearts crossover. I actually think there'll be zero Disney in it whatsoever.
Oh, 100%. I highly doubt that Disney would approve.
So yeah, but we ain't getting any Goofy glamour, I'm afraid. Which is a shame because we've got a tank that has 2 shields and a Goofy glamour would be fucking perfect.
Oh man, I kind of want Bastion Goofy now.
Oh man. But yeah, no, it was the news that just sent me over the edge.
I kind of figured that was the case.
Yeah.
You also get Gold Saucer.
Yeah, we also get Gold Saucer, and I saw Kate Sith in the fucking screenshot.
So
And it's like, cool, I'm gonna stream that and chat's gonna be like, do the voice, Vortio, do the voice. I'm just gonna fucking die.
you should do an intentionally bad British accent.
To the demo man from here too.
Which was the worst one, the demo man or the guy from Samurai Jack?
Scotsman is 100% the worst. Like, one of the actual worst. Like, I've heard worse from other places, but in terms of, like, characters that are big with a terrible Scottish accent, that one is pretty fucking bad.
Yeah, do that one.
I did put effort into that, actually. It's very difficult to be as bad as he is at that accent.
So, semi-related to the Final Fantasy VII Remake Gold Saucer, I'm actually kind of into the typing of the dead.
Okay, so the typing of the dead actually looks like it may be an interesting, fun thing to do. I am waiting, unironically, for there to be lag in this game somehow.
Oh no!
Eat my inputs because I'm typing too fast. If that ends up being the case, I am actually quitting the game forever.
Aww.
I don't think we would do it, but it's not the first time Final Fantasy XIV has programmed something very fucking poorly on release. Chocobo Racing, hello?
I mean, I don't think the netcode would be a problem with that, right? Question
No,
mark?
it shouldn't be. Like, it really should be that difficult for them to do it. Like, a lot of it should be client-side only, so it shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I would imagine it's like, it would check if you typed the right thing, and then either you did or you didn't. But I don't know, maybe there's some weird jank when it comes to typing stuff.
I'm actually surprised they actually had the go nuts to do that. Because I'm waiting for the controller player base to be really upset they can't play it. Don't worry, guys. We're gonna give you DDR later. We're gonna give you control of DDR later.
They gotta type with the console keyboard. Our game stops and the PS5 keyboard comes up. They gotta type Wachu Meki Meki with it.
What we needed like a voice version of that game where you have to pronounce stuff. Just watch everybody completely decimate it.
Even better if they play your opponent's pronunciations.
Let's all listen to what everybody said together or see who got the closest. Do you guys not have keyboards? I think he did actually say that
he
at the
said
event.
something along those lines.
Yeah, it was a good meme. Yeah, he did actually say that at the keynotes. Do you guys not have keyboards? It's pretty funny. I mean, I'm mostly memeing on the whole thing, but it's funny. But the typing of the dead actually does seem like it may be an interesting minigame. It may be something worth playing Gold Saucer for a little while.
Yeah, I'd at least give it a shot. I'm into it.
And then it will be like most of the minigames where it will be too easy too quickly, and I'll just never play it again. Like Air Force 1 being the most boring fucking minigame of all time. With potential to actually do something. Whoa, that was a nice hole.
Goddamn pets.
So anyway, Switch 2 version.
They're pushing that.
They are pushing that, which is fucking funny to me. They probably know it's not going to do too well.
Well, my theory is either they were like, they really wanted to get it on Switch 2, and they kind of had to pull a lot of strings to get Nintendo to agree with it. So they're like, alright, well now we need to make all our money back. So that's why they're pushing it super hard. Or that was part of the agreement with Nintendo. And Nintendo was just like, well, you gotta promote it at every event now.
Yeah, probably.
Otherwise Mario's gonna come to your house and beat you up.
And they have to give away a month subscription in order to get people into it.
Yeah.
Just because they have to already pay a Nintendo subscription if they want to fucking get involved with it. Or
Actually, I don't think they have to.
Wait, they don't? I thought they had to pay for both.
They have to pay for a separate. Oh, I thought they said like you don't
Yeah,
have to.
because
It's 50% off the Switch 2 one if you already have a normal one, but you have to pay for both.
No, I mean for Switch Online specifically.
Oh, you don't have to do Switch Online, no.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So you have to pay a separate subscription for Final Fantasy XIV. But you don't have to have Switch Online specifically. Also, I think the Final Fantasy XIV subscription is more expensive. Switch version. But okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I don't know, if people who only have a Switch 2 can play it, that's fine. It's whatever. I actually am not, I don't care that much about it.
I don't feel there's that many people that do. I could be wrong.
Like,
But I feel that market is not that big. Final Fantasy 14.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, is there a large market of people who are like, oh, I wish I could play Final Fantasy 14 on the train, over Wi-Fi, but I don't know.
Okay, we're just gonna get more DCs and all the fucking trials and dungeons. Because they'll all play healer, you know they'll all play fucking healer. And they'll all DC. And then we won't be able to fucking do anything while we wait for him to come back.
I got Bloodbath. I got this. Let's go. Actually, I might not have Bloodbath anymore. Oh no. Yeah, it really is just kind of like the Xbox thing. Like, it's fine. I actually forgot it came out on Xbox.
I think everybody did. Does anybody even play on Xbox?
Well, I don't have an Xbox, so I know I don't.
I don't know any other. I know barely any humans that even have an Xbox, let alone play 14 on the Xbox. Again, more wasted resources. The console players have like made their bed; they can go fucking lie in it.
Dang.
Oh my god, Vorteil's an elitist. Of course I am. Have you ever met me before?
Yeah, that's basically our ramble.
I think that's everything. I think that's everything on the list to yap about.
That was the keynote.
Pete's got a question for you, Flame.
Way to get an edge on that final boss. Short answer, yes.
Yeah.
So I will not be fighting the final boss on this run. But all of those extra portals that I've been going through, the nightmare strands, that is how you unlock the trials. And that is how you add points that you can then spend into buffs. And I didn't do any of the nightmare trials the first time around because they're pretty tough, and so it's meant for you to do on subsequent runs. But now that I've popped a whole bunch of them, when I go back to base, I should have a lot more modifiers I can interact with. So yes, I also have an enormous amount. My limiter right now is Halcyon, but I'm getting a whole bunch of that as well, which is why I've been doing all the zones. I mean, it'd be super nice if I can just grab my level 100 ass and run it all the way to the boss, but they specifically have this as a side pass, as I'm sure, to avoid this particular.
Do you call that a level 100S?
It's triple digits. I've never actually gotten this high before. I've never done a mega run, which is also a reason that I did this.
Is that what you said to Tetsu to pick him up?
Yeah. No butt sliders, so it can't be a level 100 ass.
Aw.
Okay, ramble over. If I have lowered people's respect for me as a person during this ramble, then I have succeeded at my goal.
Yeah, you did. You couldn't get any lower.
Yeah,
There it is. There it is.
There we go. I don't think anybody here cares about the ass sliders.
I care more about just general more body customization, honestly.
Beard.
Not specifically butt slider, just more sliders in general.
But when you guys do the new difficulty, you can let me know how it is. That is kind of an issue with a lot of like they like to cater to a lot of fucking people that I think are just like, again, the whole quest thing, like auto walking the quests. That is catering to what I feel like is such a small number, and it's an insane amount of effort for a nothing burger that is temporary. I can't imagine it's going to be that easy to fucking build a pathing system in this game, given how much of a fucking state the code's already in. So it's going to be so much effort, but I could have gone into so many things. And I don't even know how they would use the system afterwards either. I don't know if I'll be doing any of it. I mean, you've already got your team of 8, so... The thing is, with like, when it comes to doing Savage content, I'm the type of person that needs to be doing it like 6 days a week. And I know for a fact that ain't what people were up for doing, so...
You are so close now.
I mean, sometimes unavailable, but I don't have a sub, then I won't have a character high enough level to do the content. Now, if the game can keep my attention for long enough... Like, if new content's good enough to keep me there for months, then, yeah, sure, I'll probably be around.
Yeah, that was an end-to-end run.
Dang.
2 hours, 40 minutes. Alright. That's a run. Technically, I didn't defeat the architect, but I didn't go the right way for that. It's just weird because I just held forward, but it's not a problem. Alright, now I can pop these in. Did it all without a second chance too. I realized that like shortly after I started the run that I didn't turn second chance back on like I kept telling myself that I should. I turn it off for the when I'm going into the yellow shore because you don't have second chances there anyway.
What you're saying is that me and Tatsu need to ramble for you to reach maximum gaming potential.
It helped.
How do we ramble for that long?
Had a list.
Well, yeah, have a list. Like Freight of Flame brought us a list. Then I just wouldn't shut the fuck up about the mid difficulty between normal and savage, which gave us about half an hour to an hour of content.
Absolutely anything I can pick up. All the Halcyon cast in. Yeah, but then the rest of the Lucinites no longer. So, this trial, these right side, by running all that, I unlocked 6 of them. And getting the trials unlocked is important because that's how you're able to put more protections on. So, all this stuff over here. So, like, reduces Lucinite retained upon returning the passage. I don't care about Lucinite anymore. Let's crank that bastard up. So now I have more points to work with. Increases power accumulation when absorbing projectiles with the shield. I'm using power generator. I don't really care about the power generator. Let's crank that bitch up. Increases all incoming damage. No. Hostile spawn projectiles on death. This is free. Main weapon attributes decay through usage. Yeah, we're not doing that. No projectiles and beams break shield instantly. Okay, so now I have plus 12, which means I have 15 points to work with. So now I can go over to this side and I can ratchet this shit the hell up. Like this one, decrease damage taken. Boom, boom, boom. How about this one? Increases damage dealt. Boom, boom. Oh, okay, that's too much. 2. Let's see, actually, what do we do? We want that one. Further increases corruption accumulation from corrupted project. Ooh. This you do get in trouble actually if you screw around with this one too much. Increased Lucinite collection. I don't need this anymore. Now we can go with this. There it is. Alright. So this is insane damage dealt. Maximum damage taken reduction. Pick up whatever artifacts I want. Max heal when I reach the boss. And then increase corruption taken. That's fine. You can get rid of it. Second chance deactivated. That's fine because I'm going to a place where you can't use second chance. I don't care about Lucinite anymore. You can take as much as you want. Don't care about power generation from shields. I mean, it's a bit risky, but I'm fishing for power generator anyway, so who cares? Hostiles spawn projectiles on death. You're running anyway, not a big deal. reaching a new biome or random artifact is destroyed, I'm going to one biome. It doesn't matter. Lock in. All right. Theoretically, this is the thumb on this is the thumb on the scale. And a lot of that stuff I just unlock by doing all those nightmare shards.
All right, let's game.
Theoretically. And then I have the confidence. I've never actually done a mega run like that. That felt good. I thought I was going to screw it up a few times.
So maybe before streams moving forward we should have a list of stuff, but the problem is we don't really play too many things together that we can ramble about.
Well, this was a special case because also like I knew that we were going to be doing like this is just pure gameplay for several hours, which I don't do games like that often. It's more like talky. Oh, maybe sometimes I do. It worked out. It worked out. No, ow. It worked out today to get to do it this way. I'll say that.
Maybe when there's lulls in the future, we just drag Snooty in here.
Works too.
You can tell us a little wild story of something that he did.
He's an acceptable human. Exceptional. Also acceptable. He's an acceptable acceptable human.
The human part I question sometimes, but I'm assuming he is one.
Well, he has me fooled if he's not. Power generator.
I will say that it is that time for me. So.
Yep.
Yeah, I was gonna say you seem to be a bit later than usual.
Touch. Alright, I'm gonna hop out and I'll catch y'all later.
Yeah.
Okay, goodbye.
His Edgar suit is pretty good. Oh, too much.
Whoa! Too fast, too quick. I'm assuming you know this game has bunny hopping.
Yeah. Yeah, the timing on it is very precise.
This isn't a game like Quake where you can hold the jump button before you land on the ground again and jump immediately, is it?
Try it.
Yeah, so you would jump, let go of jump, press it again before you hit the ground, and then it would automatically jump. It probably doesn't because that's how bunny hopping in Quake is so easy.
Not terribly difficult, actually. Get a... Yeah, it's not... If I spent time trying to actually master it, it would be something you could do.
Yeah, the speedrun was using it a lot.
Makes sense. I skimmed through it very quickly just to see what they were doing, and as I thought, they're really good at aiming and they don't get hit.
Yeah.
I was like, yep, and yep.
Man, yeah, you've been awake for a while tonight getting in the bed, Jet, because you were up during the fucking live letter. Or the keynotes.
if you're noticing, I'm when I was doing this last stream, like even getting to this point, I was having a struggle, and now I'm just breezing it. They're melting. Still doing that though.
They've got holes to worry about.
Yummy. Tactical rifle with power generator, but a lower target radius. Yeah, lasers! Tried to teleport away from it. Almost worked for him. Watch. Or efficient for every artifact carried. Sure. Shut up. It's a much smoother ride with maximum stat buffs.
You're not gonna lose this if you die, right?
No.
Okay.
So the modifiers that I put in are like permanent. They're basically permanent run changers. So they will always be put on until I change them myself. Ooh. You're just, well. Actually, yeah, you're just better. No. Gave you a freebie. Maybe? Come on. No? Fuck. Okay. Oh, that's how I came out of that. There's a bit of a. Oh, can I go? Will they let me in? They will. Oh, they won't. I'll do one more. So I did do this song and dance once before, and I became the Red King, and then realized it was or the Yellow King, and we realized that was a really bad idea. Then we popped back out again, and then we went on a sort of a journey of self-discovery, and Arjun sort of realized that he's kind of been a jerk as a human being, and also sort of understands what this place has been doing to him and has been doing to everybody else over the last several thousand years. And so now he's coming back here to do something different. All right, now that's over to blue now, so I can go now.
I'll quickly BRB. Probably won't get to the boss before I get back, but I'll reload BRB.
give it to me. They let me have it. Ah, that's how you get up there. Okay. Gotta aim it like so. 46? That's a nice big explosion radius. I like those. Yep. Overland. Alright. Corrupted Annihilator Shotgun. No. Corrupted Repeater Crossbow. Ooh. Power Generator, Piercing Bolt, Reflected Charge, Fast Charge. Charge more rapidly. Weapon damage generates extra power. More bolts needs volley. Piercing Bolt doesn't really matter, but. Alright, this is a pretty decent set. Still entirely possible to botch this, but I'll let the cutscene play until Vortal comes back.
I'm here.
And I'm pouting. So, the first time you beat him, he put his shield up, and so you punch him, and then you punch yourself right into the cutscene. And then you punch him, and then you rip his face up, and then you turn into the next king, and that's a bad thing for you. Yeah, this is this is the difference between getting all those nightmare shards and being able to stack all the points. Yes, or maybe you kicked your own ass. What happens when a bunch of immortal beings just start killing each other for a few thousand years? You lose track of who's who. Every subsequent time you beat up the king, you have a choice. So you can go over to him and you got your melee button. Or so beforehand you just
Listen.
can you hug him? Can only hug him with your knuckles.
I don't deserve more than this. I know that now. I just hoped you'd be here. I was better. Yesterday is a lie.
You shouldn't have come here.
It's here.
This was my dream. Not yours.
I just didn't want to lose what we had. I took things too far. I couldn't stop.
You can't change what you've done, Arjun. It's a new day. I wonder what you'll do with it.
I'm sorry, Nizio. I'm sorry.
There it is. Whee!
Damn it, Bailey. I
You
just
were
got back when the credits started because of Bailey.
when you said you're gonna be right back, I'm like, I'll just keep going. Maybe you'll just slip in.
Nah, Bailey was a pest. I mean, I can watch the VOD to figure out what happened, but...
It, like, literally just finished. But the short answer is, I have big numbers now. Boss gets squished. I almost no-hit him. And then he hit me once, and then I fell off my game, and then he hit me like another 4 times.
the classic death spiral.
So, as far as I can tell, there's nothing else past this point in terms of content. Because now you have an objective which is face tomorrow. And once I hit this point, I then got an achievement for completing the epilogue. So this is theoretically the end of the story. And as for what this all means, do you remember our promise? So the thought behind the police sirens is that it's metaphorical, that Arjun knows he did a bad thing and that he should probably be, brought to justice for the bad thing he did. But the fact that he's not only not in jail when this story happens, but part of the Echelon 4 group leads me to believe that he got out of whatever trouble he was in through lie, cheating, stealing. And he's just buried the guilt down underneath through layers and layers of denial. So, as is the case, Cosmic Horror is now your therapist. He's come to grips with the fact that, maybe Nietzsche left him for a reason. Maybe he did something that you shouldn't be doing. And also maybe this whole Carcosa thing is a really bad place to be. And now that he's understood all this... Yes. So this log specifically was one of the audio logs we found on the Yellow Shore when we were running around. That was like an audio log from himself, which is like, oh, you are crazy, which we knew the whole time anyway, but...
Red and blue. That light. That song. This is what I deserve. This is what I've always deserved. Now only yellow.
So, yeah, this is where I sort of wonder if there's going to be like a DLC that's going to have story follow-up, because he has broken himself out of the cycle, but he's still stuck here. So, good news, you're no longer being controlled by cosmic horror forces, and maybe you realize that you should be a better person. But cool. You're one of the only humans alive, and the only other person. So this is the only other thread I didn't go down, is trying to go find the engineer. Where are you? I don't know, where is he? Oh, here we go. Kayla Rhodes. Like, maybe we talked to her and we're like, okay, we're fixed now, but... Anyway. Yeah, this could also be a, okay, congratulations, you figured it out. We still sent you to hell. Also valid. But basically the Carcosa, the powers that be, loved having him running around chasing Nietzsche. Thought that was the best thing. And now he's sort of shook himself out of that. But as far as I can tell, there's nothing else. Like, I don't think Primary even talks to you anymore. Yeah, you just go to him for upgrades. You do not see a lab anymore. He does have an entry here, and he mentions that he goes onto the yellow shore, and because he says something along the lines of, dig it up. Hell is it? Oh, was it a text log? Oh god, you're gonna make me go through the text logs. Basically, he writes a message here that says, "Oh look, Arjun opened the door to the yellow shore. I'm in." And that was the last you saw or heard of him. It is a good point that you don't actually see him, but maybe he's a DLC boss, or maybe you just can sort of guess as to what happened to him. It's not what I would call a strong revelation, because it's what happened to everyone else. So they do actually, hang on a minute. Data bank personnel. So primary. Thank you. Primary starts off basically pointing at everything and saying that's Soltari property, and then has a little bit of a drink, and then wants to go to the yellow shore. Arjun is you. Got better. Tarn dies in the very, very beginning because he gets possessed and he gets shot. Sheridan holds it together but slowly goes insane, and then you have to shoot her. Jerome dies off camera, which absolutely he doesn't deserve, but we're doing that trope. Stack goes insane himself, and you get the impression that Sheridan kills him. Kayla is able to sort of hold on to her logic and starts to pursue the blue precipice, which seems to be some sort of a counterbalance to the yellow shore. Bierce is what was he? He was the medic. He jumps off a cliff. Linus. So there was actually when I was running through on the mega run, there were a couple of audio logs from her in the opening zones. That I guess they expect you to run the opening zones to go back a few more times, which I think I might have gone back once or twice when I played through this the first time. And basically, she finds out that all the earlier Echelon stuff has been bad, and she assumes that Echelon 4 knew, or the Soltari knew about the earlier Echelon programs, and then she decides this has been some bad news. I'm out of here, and then she starts to become interested in power, and then she is killed by the priestess in front of you. But a lab is unknown. He goes to the Yellow Shore. We don't know what happens after that. And then Eli is technically kicking around too from Echelon 3. And he's deeply insane when we found him. But I don't think we saw him die. You're dead. You're dead. You're dead. Basically, the only survivor from Echelon 3 that we saw was Eli. So there's Kayla. There's a lab. There's Eli, and then there's Arjun. And technically Nitya is still kicking around. But Nitya sounds like she's very much not interested in dealing with any of this. And literally everybody else that's listed here, all the people in 3, all the people in 2, are long dead, long gone, and or are monsters, and or are bosses. But this is so when I beat through this the first time, this is as far as I got, because I got the epilogue ending, and I'm like, oh, I guess we're done. So theoretically, we can poke around. Can we turn Constant back on? I think when I went to check before Constant's gone. Yeah, the power's off. It seems that Constant's function was to basically turn the Yellow Shore off, but then we turned him off, so the Yellow Shore's turned on. I could try poking around and see if there's anything different again, but they were pretty, when it came to the objective to sort of, there's an epilogue, they were very handholdy, and now it's just this vague face tomorrow thing, which makes me think that you just are screwing around until you're done, or you just do runs to like pick up logs and stuff like that.
It'd be kind of amusing if it was like some sort of ultra super secret hiding.
It's possible.
I don't think so, but it would be interesting if there was.
So there is, so this, we could check this. I mean, this is basically the end of the stream, because I wanted to get that last little bit done. But we can go on this journey of discovery together. Oh, go away. What can I do? Put this back on. What else can I give myself? Suppose I can turn something off. +3. And There it is. Alright, so there is a reference to a place that might be the Blue Precipice. In Acolyte's Haven. I mean, theoretically, you fight the Shepherd as the boss in Acolyte's Haven, and the Shepherd was cast down into the Blue Precipice. Then he comes up to fight you. But there is specifically a place that we can go to now that we've done all this stuff and see if that has it. Also, just to see if anything happens in general. Would I go in or out of the eclipse? Maybe not being in the eclipse. We'll try it this way. So there's a pit in one of the side rooms. Wait. So the Blue Precipice is potentially the ocean. No! Argent, please. So there are three interpretations to this. One sucks to be you, Arjun, which entirely possible. Contrivance 2 is that there is some way out that either DLC will happen or there is some groups of secrets about it. Or it is simply... Oh, actually, this isn't like a we're going to rewind the story up until the last point. Like, it's implied that you're just continuing through all of this stuff in one sequence. So the idea of this is just you're doing all of the stuff that you wanted to do before you go and find the epilogue is probably not the case. One of the side rooms in this place, like there's a pit. I'm not gonna make that. You're not gonna let me. That. Why would you do that? Oh, the beautiful thread the needle.
You could have done that if you wanted to.
If I tried to, I would have landed on the platform. Hunt him! Hunt him! Use your violence! Yeah, I'll be checking all of these side plots. I think it's later on that the particular side room that I'm looking for is, but... Spirit. Ooh, blades. God. I'm insulted. Bad. At it. You do need to be in the eclipse. Oh. Come on, keep it on. Myriad checker. Oh, this is a bouncy bounce. I have 6 redraws? Hang on. We're using some of these. Power generator! I said I was going to try to look for more weapon combos, I'm just going right back to power generator. Just can't break up the band. Ugh. But Nova lands. Yeah, prominence. Get it. Not even good. I get exactly what Nova lands is for. I'm just not interested in it. I'm fine with that. I do appreciate that there are weapons in this game that I'm like, I don't want that. Alright, it's down this way. Acolytes, thinking. I don't care, actually. Let's just go. Let's just go. Look at this one, though. This one. Now that I know where this is, I feel clever. I change for command. Rat me. Good time. Is it this building? Also, got the double check. Yeah, he is. Oh no, he is wearing his necklace. Interesting. So this is theoretically the blue precipice. Alright, throwing yourself into it does nothing. We can't come here when it's not an eclipse. Box is there. Might have been a conversation that I had with other chick. Do I have all the text logs? I have all the text logs. Look at me. Enemy gameplay just follow you to a pit over and over. Yeah, I live as I die. I died as I lived. Yeah, shepherd in the depths. Yeah, there's... Constant primary talking. Yeah. Wondering, did anyone ever find something called the Blue Precipice? This is Kayla asking about it. Oh, yeah. Audio logs. Da, da, da. Lab. Ears. Might have been them talking about it, which is there's no. If it was an in-person conversation, I don't think it shows up here. But there is no moon. Yeah, now that we're in a now that we're in an eclipse, we can see all these encrypted things. Yellow Shore is not for you. Yellow Shore is of you. Where he came, where the work was done, once he had taken all he deserved and so much more, what he wanted and what he needed. Alright. Again, to the best of my knowledge, like, there is nothing else after this. And I would guess that if they do follow-up stuff, that it would involve the Blue Precipice, and it would involve you maybe doing this specific action. Actually, viewing on the map, yeah, there's nothing down. Well, nothing down there on the map. Doesn't mean there's nothing down there, I suppose, but. Yeah, ultimately, yeah. Arjun has come to grips with who he is. Also, Arjun said, "I'm sorry, Nietzsche," and sort of copped. And since the very beginning, Ethan says, "It's not my fault. I didn't mean it. Can't blame me." Just constantly in denial. So now his eyes are open. So, as like a character journey, he's understood everything. So I just think he's, yeah. I think he's just stuck here. Now we know that it's been several, well, at least a few years. Because when we ran into Kayla during the epilogue, he was just like, yeah, it's been years since we came here. Which theoretically means at some time in the, I'm saying near future while doing air quotes with my fingers because it's like, there's, what is time in this place? That if they are going to send an Echelon 5, like, we would be running into them soon. But that's if Soltari wants to send an Echelon 5. The whole idea is that they sent Echelon 4, which is us, to figure out what the hell happened. Now it seems likely that it's that Soltari's just, they're just too invested in this place. Because if they can get Lucenite off of this planet, then they're just going to be printing infinite money. So I feel like they'll just do whatever it takes to figure that out. Any other place here? I mean, outside of like literally the boss room, which is, well, if you actually, I've fallen in the water during the boss fight. It doesn't do anything for you. Might as well hang on. Yes. So, Soltari, one of Earth's largest corporations, boasting millions of employees across the globe and worlds far beyond. Soltari products and services are placed in every walk of life. At the forefront of its current interest is deep space exploration and settlement. Soltari has had great success and expanded into the solar system, but only by looking to other habitable worlds can humanity's growing needs truly be met. Carcosa is Soltari's most ambitious undertaking yet, a remote, self-managed colony world which will both provide a new home for the willing and, through Lucenite extraction, provide vital resources to Earth. It is a culmination of decades of investment into aerospace engineering, deep space travel, off-world survival, and machine intelligence. Although the Soltari board will not be able to provide direct oversight to the Carcosian project, its requirements and expertise will be ably represented by primary units. Carcosa itself constitutes a bold new vision of humanity, a society devised and designed for that. So, they're reason to believe that Soltari isn't just gonna let Carcosa go. So there will probably be an Epsilon 5. But the whole idea behind Epsilon 4 was following a failure to establish remote communications with any of the previous Epsilon flights and therefore great uncertainty about the success of the colony effort, emergency crew has been dispatched to investigate and resolve any unforeseen difficulties. 4-strong contingent of enforcers will perform reconnaissance and, where necessary, security interventions in order to locate and safeguard Soltari colony. Mission oversight and support will be provided by Commander Sheridan in the latest primary model. So the reason that there's not a lot of people in Epsilon 4 is because we were the what the hell happened group. The four enforcers were Jerome, Arjun, Tarn, and Lena. And then a lab basically said, I'm an executive. I'm going to weasel my way in. Bierce was the medical specialist. Kayla was the engineer. So, Stack drove the ship. Sheridan was in charge. So it was a smaller crew compared to all the others. And then Epsilon 3 tore themselves apart. The precipice. And then Epsilon 2 were the people that built everything. And then Epsilon 1 were the people who made 2 build everything. This might be it. We gotta shoot a dude. is. This would, I mean, this is the only place that had environmental references to the Blue Precipice, which wasn't really mentioned in many other places in general. Start cycle. Oh. I think it counts as a death. Yep, counts as a death. As far as I can tell, you don't really find anything else in here. I kind of do wish that there was more of an excuse for you to bumble around in these places, but they're sort of just all here. Oh, yeah, this is Saros. Maybe there'll be more. But if not, it was a good game. Definitely iterated on what they did with Returnal in terms of the combat. Specifically because of the combat. Like that it does feel like they took like a couple of weeks off from Returnal, and then they all got together and be like, okay, how do we make this shit better? And they're like, but Returnal was so damn good. We're like, no, we're gonna make this shit better. And they're like, okay. And then they did, and then that's that. I mean, playing through it a second time, I don't think the story is terrible. It is, well, it does sort of suffer from too many characters. Now, a lot of Returnal was that you were sort of stuck and alone, and you had no idea what the hell was going on, and that was like a lot of the narrative, and the act of dying and restarting on an alien planet was not only pivotal to the gameplay but pivotal to the story, and they really fed into each other really well. And in Saros, they're sort of they're related, but they're not interconnected. It would be an interesting plot point if you could somehow like rip away your immortality, or if it was more directly tied to the shore and wasn't just a, oh, you knew Nietzsche. Which, I mean, it works fine as it is. There's a lot of things in the story that is like, it's fine. There's enough intrigue. There's enough sci-fi, cosmic horror, everything's bad going on. You do get the feeling that there are a couple of moments that they wanted you to care and you absolutely didn't. They're like, oh no, they're dead. You're just like, of course they're dead. It's that kind of a game. Why is everybody upset about this? Yeah, so it is actually, seeing that you still have the necklace, makes me wonder if we haven't, like, maybe the epilogue is the epilogue and that we are just running around here, but Nier has those kinds of balls. I see what you did there. I don't particularly mind that, like, you don't, like, none of the twists in this game are like deep twists. I appreciate what they did. Like, I appreciate that the aliens who founded this lost civilization thousands and thousands of years ago, or it was Echelon 1, that was well executed. that Arjun has actually been a jerk this whole time. That was pretty well done. That's a protagonists are typically a good blind spot, and they seeded it well enough that they didn't be like, oh no, he was an idiot the whole time. He's like, no, he was always an idiot. Yeah. It's I mean, maybe this will be turned into a 2 weeks earlier thing. It's sort of as it's presented to us, you're just Arjun's stuck. It just has to deal with it. But now it's just sort of seeing the future with both eyes. There's I feel like they hit a nice balance that there's enough questions that if they wanted to do more stuff, there's room for it. But the questions that are out there are sort of just, you know, if we don't get answers to them, it's not like we haven't had a full meal. They're there. If they're not, it's deal. But anyway. I guess that's it. I ain't got anything else. Thanks everybody for hanging out. I think this evening worked out well. I did that mega run. We chatted about all the new 14 stuff. I say chatted. I delegated the chat. This worked incredibly well for me. I just had to focus on shooting things. Absolute tactical mastermind on my part to just hand you guys a list and let you go. Proud of myself for that one. But yeah, not next Saturday, not going to be here. Saturday after that, I mean, probably Devil's Playhouse. I technically have a list, but those Sam and Max hooks are in me deep. I need to know.
Already.
I'm mentally weighing. It's like, on one hand, if you don't immediately go do Sam and Max, then there'll always be like a little more Sam and Max for you to play later. So like, because like I know what is exactly going to happen is that when I'm done with Devil's Playhouse, like I'm just gonna, like, when I go to bed that evening, I'm gonna just stare up at the ceiling and I'll be like, I'll never feel this good again. So I'm like, on one hand, you could, it's like what bad feeling do you want? The bad feeling of not having played Sam and Max, or the bad feeling of knowing you've played Sam and Max? I'll have to figure it out. But it's probably just gonna be Sam and Max in 2 weeks, because god damn it, that series is too good. It's so good at playing adventure games. Alright.
I believe it.
Thanks everybody for hanging out. Hope you enjoyed the chatters, the games, and the Saros. So I'll see you Wednesday for more. Oh my goodness. We're gonna have, if you thought we had fun on Wednesday, we're gonna have fun on this upcoming Wednesday. Look forward to it. And you don't have to wait for